right, seconds. Are you good there? We're good here too, both, okay? All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Today's date is June 14th, 2022. Welcome to the Todd County Board of Commissioners Board of Appeal and Equalization meeting. All commissioners are present along with the county auditor, treasurer, county coordinator, assessor, and staff. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And amendments to the agenda.
Just one, Mr. Chair. Item number 4.16, Randy Mickles sent an email requesting to be removed from the agenda.
Okay, so be removing 4.16. Any other changes or amendments? Hearing none, I would look for a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
So move.
Motion by Becker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And on with appointments.
All right. Our first appointment for the evening is Lee Daly. So I guess just a little how we're going to work it. When it's your turn to make your appeal, you'll come up to one of the front two chairs. Please speak into the microphone. The meeting's being recorded, and it allows for everything to be recorded properly. You'll make your appeal to the board. After you've completed yours, I will explain to the board how it's assessed and how we determine the value and or classification. And the board will ask any questions and make a decision at that time. Any questions? All right. Lee, if you wouldn't mind.
Good evening.
I'm sorry?
I said good evening.
Oh,
Good afternoon. Early evening.
Is this working? Yes.
You can just pull it in. You can pull it closer to you so it works better.
My name is Lee Daly, and let me get my notes and my glasses. I'm here today representing myself and my wife Patricia Daly for our lakefront property owned on Big Swan Lake relating to the 2023 tax assessment valuation. We've been Todd County property owners for over 25 years. We felt we had a fair assessment in past years and never previously contested our tax valuations or appeared to the county board. So this is the first time for us. But I think this year's very unusual. I'm currently the secretary of the Big Swan Lake Improvement District and have been active as a board member for over 10 years. Our Big Swan Lake Improvement Group has worked closely with the Todd County Soil and Water, who's in this building, so we work a lot with Adam and Deja from that department. Anyway, to say we were shocked when we received our blue-colored 2022 valuation notice for taxes would be an understatement. We own 3 lake parcels, lakefront parcels, and had valuation increases from 53% to 134%. This was on top of an already 50% increase from the year before. So at that point, we decided, hey, I better call Chris Odden over here, the assessor, and have a meeting. And he agreed to have a meeting. That occurred on April 11th. Chris and I had a good meeting, and he agreed to look at our information and get back to us. He emailed me on April 28th with a small 5% adjustment to our main lots, but no valuation consideration for the undeveloped wooded lot that had the biggest increase, and that's why I'm here today. Now, I have some information. Can I get distributed to you, commissioners? Or who wants it?
Sure.
There should be enough copies. Oh, is that my copy? Should be enough copies for everybody. And I think there's an extra one if Chris needs one. let that, get that distributed out and. I think I can be done within 15 minutes. I don't want to go overboard because there's a lot of people coming today, it looks like. So what I just handed out is our valuation notice. As you see, in 2022, it was 70,100. And this year, it's 163,600, an increase of 95,500 or 143%. I've been told several times that the county average is 20% this year, so I don't know where the 134 came from, to be honest. I think it's outrageous. The next page is a overview from the Todd County GIS system that shows the property location. I've highlighted the lot. The other two lots we're not here about. We're about the one that I've highlighted, which is an undeveloped wooded lot. So, when I met with Chris, he said, and I also confirmed this by going online, the state law requires an estimated market valuation. EMV is based on a 90 to 105% range from actual sales of comparable properties. The problem lies is that there are no comparable properties on Big Swan Lake. There were no undeveloped lot sales in the last 18 months that I could find, unless Chris has some he can find. There is none. So I went on my own before I got a real estate agent involved, and I looked on my own for properties that I think, oh, you have it on the overhead, nice, that were comparable, but they'd have to be in other lakes, not on Big Swan. So I went out and I looked at, the next page you have there is comparable lake lots on lakes that are near Big Swan. I looked at Lake Latimer. There was two properties on Latimer on 204th Street, larger than ours, 163 lake shore, 150 larger acreage. One listed at 65,000, sold at 45. One listed at 70,000, sold at 65. Then over at Beauty Lake, there was two more properties, about the same size, 200-foot or 230-foot lake shore. One listed at 99, sold for 85. The other one sold at asking price of 119. Then I looked at Lake Osakis and found these last two were smaller lots, meaning they were smaller acreage and smaller lake shore, but I couldn't find much. I mean, there just isn't much out there. So one of them was on Osakis was 74.9 and sold for 69, and on Maple Lake it was 150 and sold for 109. That particular one on Maple Lake had improvements on it already, though. It wasn't just bare land. So I looked at those and I put them all together, and the sales range was from 45 to 119, and that averages out to 82,000 per lot for a sales price. And one other thing I added on the bottom here was Bass Lake, which is just north of Big Swan. I found a sale on Bass Lake of undeveloped land, 37 acres, 800 feet of lakeshore, and it only sold for $246,000. That's a pretty good deal, I think. And that was last year. If you divide it up into 4 different parcels, it comes to $61,000 per lot. So that's what I was able to find for bare land. So then, when I met with Chris, he told me, well, they did the assessment off of sales that occurred on our lake, but they were ones that already had structures on them, buildings, garages, sheds, and they had improvements on them, meaning wells and septic. So I want to show you the next, on my handout, this next copy is our copy of the front of our lake property. This is heavily cattailed. There's a bluff in the front. It's a designated bluff, so you have limited access to the lake. And you have a power line that runs right through the middle, about 100 feet back from the lake, where you'd be required to put your structure if you build a cabin there. So the power line would have to probably be relocated. So that's what our lot looks like. And then I went to one of the properties that your assessor used as a comparison, and it's located at 18373 Emerson Trail. That's the next photo in your packet that I included here. And I drove by in my pontoon one night and took a photo, and it looks pretty nice. It's It's got no cattail. It's completely level. It's desirable because the cabin sits right smack on the lake, which you can't do anymore. You have to have a 100-foot setback. So, and it has a garage, it has a septic, it has a well. So I kind of just went through and calculated based on average costs I could find online of all the improvements, and that's listed on the top of the sheet, as you can see. And if you add it all up, and the building cost for the cabin, it's only 720 square feet, but as everybody knows, building materials and labor have gone pretty high the last 2 years. So I estimated 115. I think that's low, actually. So if you add up all the improvements, the way I view the world, it's 165,000 approximately of improvements. It's sold for 253,000, and that leaves a land value of approximately 87,000. And then for some strange reason, after the sale, this year's blue sheet valuation is lower. It's 235. I don't know why it's lower. So theirs went down even though they sold it for a higher price. So let's see here. I am almost done, and I think I'm on time, aren't I? Okay. So the last thing I did, because I'm not a certified appraiser and I'm not a real estate agent, I went to a real estate firm, Bridge Realty, and I sent the GIS overhead to them and all the information I had, and asked him, I told him we're interested in selling, possibly, and wanted to know what he would list it for. So Lee Gilbertson has over 25 years experience in real estate, so he's very experienced. He went out, and first thing he did is came back and says, there's no sales in the last 18 months. I said, yeah, I already know that, of existing comparable lots on the lake. So he kind of did the same thing I did. He went out and looked elsewhere. Net result is he came back and said that he feels that if he were to sell or list our property, it would be at 114.9, and because other comparable properties were selling from 60 to 110 a year ago, and he says you can probably expect offers between 80,000 to 100,000. That's his evaluation of our property. And I think that concludes my presentation. I want to thank you all for listening today and considering in consideration of our appeal. Is there any questions you have for me?
Any questions, board?
I just have one question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Daly, what do you suggest would be a price that you would be comfortable with?
Well, after I went through all my studies and then I went to the realtor, I guess I have to go by what the realtor says. It's going to sell somewhere around 100,000 or less.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe 114 on the top if somebody wanted to buy it at that price.
Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you. The sheet you see up right now is a summary of our sales information, showing two different sales. The first time this parcel sold that we have a record of is in 2000, so 22 years ago. It sold for $22,000. It was assessed at $18,000. So we were approximately 20% too low at that time. It then sold in 2018 to Lee. We had it valued at $52,600. He bought it for $66,000. Again, we were about 20% too low. Our methodology has not changed. The number of feet on this lake hasn't changed. The quality of the lake hasn't changed. Nothing's changed except for time. So if we're using the same practices we used then, and we've been consistently 20% too low on this, I'm not suggesting we're 20% too low again, but we're using local sales during a set time frame every year. We know the real estate market has changed dramatically since the last time we sat at this meeting. Mr. Daly said that we are using local comps to set new values. On this sheet here, you can see that there were 3 sales on Big Swan Lake, and our median value was 55%. on water sales in Burnhamville Township was 65%. Now, Todd County as a whole for residential sales, we were at approximately 75%. So we know on-water market was much stronger than any other market. Mr. Daly mentioned that the average was 20%. He's correct. It was. But that's an average. It's not every parcel. It's not most of the parcels. Lakeshore went up in value a lot. And we had the sales to make the changes. And I should rephrase that. We had sales that indicated we must make the changes. It's not something that we took joy out of. But all the sales indicated that Lakeshore property had gone up substantially. I provided comp sheets in your packet. You received Burnhamville Lakeshore sales this afternoon. The method and front foot rate for his parcel is the same as any other parcel on Big Swan Lake. We have a front foot value that we start with, and we make adjustments accordingly. I think I have a sheet open here somewhere. This sheet you'll see right now is also in your commissioner packet that you were presented in early April or late March. There's Little Swan. So that's our starting rate. After that, we'll make adjustments, whether it's for cattails or steep, shallow. This is our starting point. I'm sorry, that's for Bruce Township. It's the same in Burnhamville, same lake, so. Is there any questions? Have I missed anything?
Questions from the board?
We made adjustments on the other two parcels earlier this year. I believe the reductions were approximately $14,000.
So can I speak or not?
Sure.
Oh, that was due to the back lot there of the Bacon zone. It's the Bacon Old Farmstead, and that's the original homestead or farm. So they cut that out of our other two lots. That's why it needed to be adjusted. It's, and Chris and I agreed on that, so I'm not arguing that part.
This lot that you see here is, it's valued the same as any other lot would be on this lake. That's all I have.
Okay.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yep.
I guess my question is, were there sales on the lake or were there not sales on the lake? You're comparing to sales. We have a realtor in here that said no sales.
I
He said
didn't get
no
that
sales.
hand, was there extras of those handouts that came across, or was there only 5?
There
Yep,
wasn't
they went
actually.
over here, I don't know if they had extras or not.
No, we started
Oh,
here.
we started here, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
as some,
But,
to
sorry.
answer some of your questions, Commissioner Becker, he mentioned like Latimer had a couple sales, and they did. If we want to talk adjustments, like those sales, obviously Latimer's a different lake, different adjustment. There was a road between the lake lot and the lake on those Latimer sales, so that's going to significantly reduce the value as well. I don't remember some of the other ones that were mentioned.
Maple Lake,
Osakis. Osakis.
Osakis, yep.
Bass Lake had a wooded undeveloped land.
Bass Lake, it's 40 acres, so it's not
Okay.
really a.
Wish there were some parcel numbers.
I think the point that I believe and what the realtor told me is that they're estimating the land value way too high. Because we only can compare properties that have structures on them and improvements. Like I did in that one illustration, when you look at the cost of those, then the land value, the building values and the improvements with wells and septic is the major part point or item of the value of the land, not the raw land itself. So that's how the Realtor and I agreed that it's that $80,000 to $100,000 spot is where the land is valued at. That's all I have to say.
And I would contend that's wrong because we're looking at sales of on the water property, residential, and off the water, residential property. Now, if the lake contributes, for example, 80 grand, then two identical parcels, one on water, one off, the on water should sell for 80 grand higher, minus any acreage. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing significantly different values than that. We're seeing that the lake value contributes more than the realtor is saying in this case. And I was trying to find the sheet right now, but we're analyzing, like, if you take ag, for example, we're looking at non-productive land separately from productive land, separately from improved ag parcels. So in a case like this, we're looking at shore, we're looking at houses, we're looking at garages. We're trying to disseminate all the parts. I'm interested in these sales. Oh, I don't have them. I didn't receive them till right now. I'd like to know what we have them valued at. If it's sold for $70,000, is it assessed at 70? And it's a very short time frame to look at those specifically.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask you another question?
Sure.
Chris, is this a buildable lot?
As far as I know, it meets all the
Could be a
requirements to be
buildable
built
lot.
upon.
I know from the shoreline, it showed a lot of cattails, and it showed a bluff going up it.
It's buildable, but you have bluff restrictions on accessing the lake. They're very particular about bluffs in the county.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yep.
I'm familiar with this area. It is in my district, and I've talked to Mr. Daly on the phone. And as I view it, it's got a comparison of Lake Latimer, and I personally don't think that's a comparison, because if you look at the lake shore, there's absolutely no comparison on the lake shore. So I would move that we move the valuation to 110,000.
Okay, that is a motion, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Kircher to move the valuation to 110,000. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Becker. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, and I'm impressed how fast government worked today.
Thank you for your time.
I'm familiar with most of these.
I know you were.
All right.
Next,
Elvin Geezy is next.
Mr. Geezy. Hello,
Hello.
you will present first, I guess, so.
Yeah, I'm representing myself and my wife on this property. We bought it about 5 years ago. We paid $50,000 for it. Last year, it was valued at $49,200, and now for next year, they've got it classified as $115,300, which is a 135% increase. The comparables that I talked to Chris on, they gave me, they pretty much are, like Mr. Daly said, most of them have improvements on them. Ours is just a bare lot, and we put a camper on it. There are 2 lots down the road from us that sold last year for $35,000. Chris says, well, those were estate sales. The family, they were not. They were listed by a realtor. He had them listed for $39,900, and then they did drop them to $35,000 to get a little better sale on them. So at the value of that, when I talked to the realtor last, he thought they were around that same price. So my belief is our lot is still worth around the same money as it was when we paid for it. Other than when the tornado cleaned all the trees out and we cleaned those up, it's pretty much the way it was when we bought it. And I did not do many more comparisons to that because the other lots are just one building site away from us. And ours would be maybe a building site, but it would be about 25 feet of space. So I guess my thinking is if it would go up maybe 10%, we'd probably be within the board or within the realm of what it's maybe worth.
Just one question, Mr. Chair. Is it a buildable lot?
It is the same size. Well, if you look at the screen here, so this is Al's. It looks like the neighbor has a house on theirs, and I would say Al's lot's better. It's wider anyway. So
I think it's 170 feet. Do you have that? I know it's 125 wide.
so
Lakeshore.
it certainly appears from here to be buildable.
Because I've had conversation with people over there on that, and they're telling me they're not buildable lots. So,
There
You know,
is a cartway through there that cuts in about 20 feet into the lot on the roadside. It's still an established cartway.
I don't see that on the map.
I know, but it comes up once in a while when you find it.
Because it looks like possibly theirs goes into the road. Your lot line is drawn at the edge. But if these people could build,
That's been there for a lot of years, so
yeah,
as long as I can
it
remember.
was before the zoning.
30, probably
Yep,
50
There's
years.
some old cabins
Old
there, but
cabin.
some of them were built before the planning and zoning regulations, so.
I would assume, David, that they're buildable with conditions is what's gonna come
Yeah, and I'm told
as
they
it-
aren't, so that's questionable,
Yeah.
so that's, and the lake shore is, I think there's a steep embankment there, am I correct?
It's fairly steep.
Yeah,
We're the same level. Ours isn't quite as steep as the
right.
two that sold.
All right, Chris?
same lake as we just got done with. So, or this is Little Swan. Were we on Little Swan last time? Okay. So, as we've been talking, Laura's been looking up some of the comp sales that Mr. Daly used. He mentioned one on Lake Osakis on Fawn Drive, sold at $69,000. It was listed at 75, but sold at 69. It's currently assessed at $69,100. So we are $100 heavy on that. Pretty close though. And on this one, we're using the same methodology that we talked about earlier. We start at the same $1,000 as front foot. We are taking 10% off of the front footage because the lot is shallow. Not meaning that the water is shallow, but the distance between the lake shore and the road is not your standard depth like we saw last time. So we are removing 10% for that.
I'm sorry, you are or did?
We have in the past and currently still are.
All right,
In your packet, I had shown a few. There's one on Maple, 180 feet, sold for 140. There's another one on Maple that was listed in Lee's packet, sold for 109. We have 68,000 on it. I included one on the Crow Wing River just to have something different in there to kind of show, and it's a double wide on the river, 180 feet of frontage, sold for $380,000. I think even though this is a river parcel, it goes to show exactly how much water is selling for, because it's pretty easy to peg the value of a double wide. Not, I mean, they're very standard. You can look at one and the next one's gonna sell for pretty much the same value. So if we took this particular double wide and put it in town on a $10,000 lot, we're not gonna have a $380,000 price tag. Another one in your packet is a very shallow lot. This is parcel 06-56300 on Long Lake. Obviously, it's built on. That's gotta be one of the narrowest lots in the county. It's on the overheads now.
The highway almost touches the cabin.
Yeah. And yes, this was built before zoning had a tighter hold, but that sold for 145. 100-foot lot, same roughly dimensions that we're talking here. Big Swan, not little, 233. Assessed at 235. Big Swan again, 217, 88-foot lot, small lot. $368. Big Swan, 269. Here's another small lot. Call it 200. So when we look at coming back to separating values out, what's your contributory value? This house isn't contributing $200,000 to that sale. The lake parcels are selling for significantly more. And I don't know how many different ways to say it, but it was incredible watching the sales come in last year. It's still incredible now. Here's the river one that I was talking about earlier. 180 feet. Pulling back to Al's parcel. 115,000. The only physical structure we're assessing here is a deck. They
I've
can't-
done that too. That deck was 4 dock sections that I paid $100 for and put there.
Yep, and
Got it valued at 1,400 now. Just sitting there. Not attached to anything.
Anything else, Chris?
no, sir.
Okay, questions from the board?
So this lot has septic sewer,
Ele-
sewer, water, and electric.
We're assessing electric only. I believe that's all that's there is just electric service.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm familiar with this lot also, and I question whether it's a buildable lot. It is a bare lot with, I think you just have a travel trailer on there or something
Yeah.
sitting there.
Yes.
The Lake Shore is not the most perfect, so I'm gonna move it 95,000, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion from Kircher to adjust the valuation to 95,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
time.
Number 3 is Dave Nikolai. Dave actually sent a letter. letter is on the screen. Do I need to read it into the minutes? Or are we? Hmm.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we read it just so those online for viewing later.
You want to read it in, Chris, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so Dave writes to the county auditor, please consider this email our letter to the Todd County Board of Appeal and Equalization to comply with the meeting deadline of June 14th, 2022. I will not be able to attend the meeting at the date and time shown on our 23 evaluation notice. Please put the following request for evaluation reduction on the agenda for the above referenced meeting. We appealed our valuation to the local Board of Appeal and Equalization on April 21st, 22, and received a $14,000 cattail shoreline reduction on our valuation. Since that meeting, we have worked with and corresponded with Chris Odden, assessor, but have not been able to reach an agreement for further reduction. We asked the assessor for a value reduction of $4,000 for the camper that is listed on our valuation report. We also asked for a $5,000 reduction in the value of our land for the roadway that runs across our land. The camper is damaged, needs major repairs. We submitted pictures of the damage and repair estimates to restore the camper. We also documented the fact that there's a 20-foot road easement on the westerly portion of our land that reduces the value of our property. Our request to the county board is to reduce our valuation by $9,000 to $255,975. Thank you in advance for your consideration in this matter. Can you please respond by email that you've received our request? Respectfully submitted. Dave and Sharon Nikolai, 17846 Dogwood Loop, Big Swan Lake.
Okay,
So now you've heard the letter, and I am going to put up our field sheet like I generally do. Big Swan Lake, $195,000 on the land, 82.8 on the buildings for a total valuation of $277,800. He's got a cabin there, a couple decks off of it, and a travel trailer that's currently being assessed at $5,000. He sent photos that he referenced in his letter. That's a picture of the roof of the camper. Same picture just from the inside. A picture of 2 space heaters. A picture of a window air conditioning unit. Some bugs on a screen. The underside of the camper. Again. This is an aerial photo of the parcel in question. So he asked for 2 things in his letter. He wants the camper reduced from $5,000 to $1,000, and he wants a $5,000 reduction for the road on the west side of the property. Well, he needs a road on the west side of the property. He's not getting there. Everyone has a road of some sort going towards their property, I would hope. His property, like other lakeshore properties, isn't assessed by the acre or the square footage. It's assessed by the amount of lakeshore. And because the road is on the opposite side of the property from the lake, it's not interfering with his ability to enjoy the lakeshore. I had a picture of the camper. It's a 2006 model. I wish I could find it right now. Do you have it? I can't access that right now. Maybe it's in the comps. open a new session. Do parcel number. 6301. I'm trying to find a photo of the camper for you. There you can see it in the background. I don't have Kelly Blue Book on me right now. I know that's a 2006, and I would get out my own checkbook for $5,000 right now, and I don't say that lightly. If it needs a heater, if it needs the new vent on the top fixed, it's worth $5,000 all day long. I don't know what else to say about it.
So does he have a permit to add that to the lot, to the county?
I don't know. We get the permits when they come from planning and zoning. But if we don't have a permit, we still assess it. And then,
Does he have that license yearly?
no, and that's why it's on the property tax records. If he would buy a sticker and put it on the license plate, we would ignore it. But like when Laura stopped there, assessed the house, there's no sticker, it goes on the assessment, we tax it.
But when you're talking about a $5,000 valuation, it's not gonna be a lot of tax either.
True. But
It's,
still,
it's more than the sticker.
Yeah, I know. Just saying.
See, Mr. Chair, if I could, I always thought as long as it had tires on, it would qualify as a travel trailer. And once the tires were removed, then it would be
No, it's,
taxable or
it's the,
permanent.
it's the tabs, which is honestly, frankly, it's a pain for us because you have to go check. Especially in this case, if he goes and buys tabs tomorrow, he's gonna call. So then we're gonna go out and look at the license plate. It's a hassle, it's bad law. That's not the point. The point is he doesn't have stickers on it and it's worth $5,000.
so is it hooked up to sewer and water?
We could look at those under pictures again.
I don't think they use it, Randy. It's just sitting there. As you said, you'd pay 5,000, but with the price of gas right now, I don't think you would, Chris, pay $5,000.
I might pay you to let it sit there too. I don't know. He's got two or three campers out there. You can see from the picture, at least when this thing was taken.
Yeah.
And zoning only allows you to have one.
Right.
The other might have a tab. I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is not one that I was extremely concerned about when I came here.
Good.
The road's the road. We're not assessing the road. We're not adding for the road. We're not taking off for the road. So I don't know if it's possible to adjust for the road. And I don't see any way that that camper's not worth $5,000. So the
Some guys have
assessor's
old
office
cars
is standing
sitting
on the
in the
value
back
that we got.
Yep,
Some guys have old cars sitting in the junk and this guy's got trailers.
I guess.
Jesus Christ.
Any questions for Chris? Okay,
You want me to move on this one, Mr. Chair?
I would prefer I don't.
Huh?
I would prefer I don't, I said.
I'll move that we, he wants a reduction of 9,000, I'll move that we reduce by 4,000.
Which would bring it to a number.
I don't know what the number would be, Chris.
Current is 277,800. Are we, is the motion for the land, for the buildings, all of this is
Well, you-
inputted,
You
so,
have to separate the real property from the real estate, right? Or not? Are you assessing it all together?
yeah, it's all his.
No, I mean the trailer and the property, that's all the.
It's all
together?
on the parcel. It's
I'm
all,
just gonna move to reduce it by $4,000, whatever you gotta do.
So the motion is to reduce by 4,000, which puts it at 273 something, correct?
273,800, if that's the.
There's a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next on the agenda,
Mark Brock?
Patricia.
Mark Rock.
Just Mark, I guess.
Just Mark, yes.
Yep. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My wife and I recently relocated to our property. We moved from St. Cloud, and when we got our assessment earlier this year, I was amazed at how much it had gone up. I did give a contact to, I called out to Chris. We had a small discussion about it, and I asked if if I had a certified appraisal of the property, if that would be something that would help into consideration, and he said yes, he would review it. I did send an email to Commissioner Kirchner, hopefully he forwarded it onwards as I asked, that included the copy of that appraisal.
I don't remember getting that, the appraisal, so
You
I'm,
did not?
no.
Okay. I do have a copy of the appraisal
Okay.
here, which I can make available to you. The history of my property is for the taxes in 2021, our property was valued at $285,000, of which $63,800 was for the land. For 2022, our value went up to $345,700, an increase of 21%, which is approximately the 20% that we've been hearing about, with the land value going up to $90,100, which is 50%. We thought that this was appropriate as we knew that lake values had been rising. For 2023, however, our proposed value increased to $516,100, a 49% increase, with the land value increasing to $183,600, which was a 104% increase. When talking to Chris, he stated that all lake lots have been rapidly increasing. I then did some research on recent sales of lake lots in our area. There were no lake lots on Big Swan sold within the last 12 months. But there were 3 lake homes sold. I looked at other lake lots that were sold from July 2nd, 2021 through November 19th of 2021. The oldest lot was 4.43 acres, and I believe that was on Little Birch Lake. Let me find that. Yes, that was on Little Birch Lake. It sold for 107,500 acres. Little Birch is a comparable lake to Big Swan. However, Big Swan is listed as an impaired waterway on the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources due to its high phosphorus and E. coli counts. The second lot was sold on 9/1. It was .72 acres on Sauk. Sold for the $125,000 that I believe was mentioned earlier, but had a paved road. Third lot was .19 acres on Maple Lake, which was sold on 9/10 of '21, which is a superior lake and was also included in earlier discussions here. That lot sold for the $109,000, which had a deck, a camper, and a septic system. And then the last lot was sold November 19th on Little Sauk, 3.08 acres for $80,000. Those figures, and then I also looked at my insurance policy for my replacement cost of my building. The 100% replacement cost of my building came in at about $308,000. So looking at that with no sales on Big Swan, I did mention these items to Chris, and then I did contact the bank to obtain an appraisal. The appraisal came in on the sales method only at $375,000. They did also do the cost approach, valuing the land at $90,100, which was the county's assessment, county's records beforehand, but the appraiser could not make any adjustments for sales because there were no like lot sales on Big Swan Lake. And as Chris mentioned before, all lakes are different. With Big Swan being an impaired lake, there is a substantial decrease in value for that impairment. The cost approach on this mentions the high side at $434,000. A reasonable assessment, I thought then, would be someplace in between. And I would ask that the value of the whole property be moved to $404,500. If you have any other questions, please let me know, and I can give a copy of the appraisal if you would like to see that.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a copy of the appraisal, which should be loading here. Honestly, there was parts of this appraisal that I really thought were good, and there was one part that stuck out like a sore thumb, and that's that $90,000. So in the appraisal, right there, the appraiser writes, and I quote, "County records, as no sales of lake lots within the past 12 months were found on Big Swan Lake, lot value was based on county assessor value. Opinion of site value, $90,100. So in 2021, we had a value of $90,100. Now, why this appraiser decided that 16 months later he should use that number and trust it rather than our 2022 number and trust that, I have no idea. Now, he makes it a point to say that there's no sales, we're going to do what the county assessor said. But then he went back 16 months. Why not do what we most recently said? I believe our values on our buildings are very, very close. Pulling up some of those comps. Here you see the house. Built in 2008, 150-foot lot. This house looks a lot the same. It's on a better lake, though. Sold for $560,000. Here's Big Swan, $368,000. This lot is smaller. The house is smaller. The house is older. I know we don't like to look at Big Birch unless we're on Big Birch, but here's $500,000 for a 1997 100-footer. Lake Osakis, $450,000 on a 1987 120-foot lot. Lots are very comparable. Osakis again, 452, 164 feet. If we look at some new sales on Big Swan, so this parcel just recently sold on Big Swan, sold for $400,000. It's currently assessed today at $281,000. This guy listed the property at $350,000, had 21 or 31? 31 requests for showings immediately. There was virtually no exposure to the market. When someone heard that there was 31 other people looking, he gave a $50,000 above asking price. Emerson Trail on Big Swan, 273 assessed, 320 sold. That was a month ago. Little Swan listed. Trailer listed for $250,000. Look at the size of the lot. Big Swan listed. Pending sale, 315. This is the neighbor that we like to talk about. Currently listed at 614 or 634. We have 615. When you look at this aerial photo, this is Mark's parcel right here. 2 doors down. When you look at the aerial on a wider view, this is that $615,000 listing that we just showed, and this is Mark's. Which shoreline would you rather have?
But if you also look at the picture, you can see that I have 100 feet of cattails that the DNR will not let me cut. So I cannot use 100 of my 150 feet of
This
shoreline.
guy can't use any of it.
Understand that. He also has had nobody come in and make him an offer in the last 6 weeks. So he is priced way too high. As you can see from the other lot that sold without even hitting the market. He has gotten no sales on this, and he's only 20,000 over your assessed value.
Okay, so let's look at that one. $400,000 listing, barely hitting the market.
On a flat, level surface.
Tiny house.
I'm not disputing the value of my house. I'm disputing the value of the land that you have it on, at triple the cost of what it was 3 years ago. It's tripled in assessed value.
Okay, if we look at land value, and we've repeatedly mentioned tonight that there's no sales of lake lots alone. This is the listing of residential parcels that have sold in Todd County in the last year that we used for our assessment. Median ratio is what we do. This is that 90 to 105 that we continually talk about. Separating out the water sales from the non-water sales, residential, on water sales, we are currently 9% below the average. Non-water sales, we are 6% below the average. If there was no distinction between them, they would be the same, or we would be incredibly off on one. I think just these numbers alone show that we're analyzing the differences and making proper adjustments.
But you also do not consider that Big Swan is an impaired lake.
But if we look at the sales that occurred on Big Swan alone, they don't indicate that the impairment has any effect on value.
Because there have been no lots sold.
I
The land value
truly,
is the thing.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't understand why we need a bare lot to compare a lake property. Why does it always have to be bare? If I know what a house is worth, and we sell thousands of them in Todd County a year, about 1,000 houses sell in Todd County a year. We know what a house is worth. If we have a sale price with a house and we subtract the house value, do we not know what remains? We do that with tillable land. We do it with woods. Why can't we do it with lakeshore? My answer is we can, and we do. We don't need the lot to be bare to know what it contributed to the sale price.
But you do need the value of a lake shore and the lake that it's on to determine what that value is. Tillable land is tillable land is tillable land. Big Swan Lake is different than Big Birch Lake, which is different than Little Swan.
Couldn't agree more, except for the tillable part. Tillable land is not tillable land.
And with the appraisal that they showed on the market value, which were sales within the last 12 months, they come in at 375. Those are all valid sales. Again, you
So
and I
were
have a
these.
disagreement on the lake lot value. And to see my lake lot triple in value in 3 years is ridiculous. I have done nothing to the lake value. Yes, there have been increases in the market, which we fully agree with.
We used 78 sales of lakeshore property this past year.
But not on Big Swan,
3 of them were on Big Swan.
right? And
And
if you
all
do-
3 of those we were assessed, I'll just, at the time of sale, we had one of them at 51%, we were half. One was at 55, one was at 68. So the closest we got was still selling 30% higher than it was assessed at.
And those are smaller valued houses, which there is a larger market for. As you get higher in price, the market dissipates, as my neighbor is finding out.
I
with
concur.
No offers.
I concur.
So there is no way my house would sell for $500,000.
If we want to look at just bare lakeshore, we had one recently sell on Big Birch, 100-footer for $499. Do you know offhand? $475 for a 100-foot lot.
On Big Birch.
On
which
Big
is a
Birch.
Vastly superior land.
Absolutely. That's why you don't have that here. We don't have that kind of value here, and we fully recognize that.
Right.
Those Latimer ones, we said ourselves, are not the same as a Big Swan one.
And the
We
other
are
two that-
making adjustments. We're not looking at these 3 Big Swan sales and saying they belong on a Birch or a Dower for that matter either.
But you are looking at those sales that are in the 223 to 368 level, and that's that bracket. My bracket is now higher than that. And that's where my neighbor is experiencing that. He hasn't had no offers in 6 weeks in what was an extremely hot real estate market. It's telling you that his price is too high. And that's the same as I'm feeling here. There is no way anyone would pay $516,000 for my house.
I disagree.
Then write me a check. I mean, the appraisal shows that. The appraisal shows the market value
I
is
think-
375. I'm willing to go to 404,000.
I
I
think
don't
I
wanna
proved
sell
the flaw in the appraisal. The buildings are fine, but there's a flaw using a perceived value that's 16 months old.
But there have been no sales to adjust that, and he says that in the appraisal.
There wasn't at that time either.
There were
He
no
did,
land sales.
he did no research to determine if we had it right at 90,000. He did no research to determine if we have it right today. He accepted a value at face value.
That's correct, on your face value,
But why not my most recent one?
because he thought it was, I can't tell you what he thought. I know what I think it is that it's way too high. There is no sales to justify.
But we haven't changed our methodology from A to B, year 1 to 2. Our methodology remained the same. Again, the only thing that has changed is time.
And in 1 year, it goes up 104%. Which doesn't make any sense. There's no sales data to show that. Because we're just talking the land price. You and I agree on the house price.
We do.
Like I said, I would,
That's all I have to present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners, for Chris? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
So, Mr. Mark, I'll just say. 'cause I
Mr.
realize-
Brock, that's fine.
Okay, you're asking for a reduction in the property
Correct.
from last year was 90, now this year it's 183, am I correct? 6?
That's the land value, that's correct, yes.
So it has, well, actually tripled, you're right, since 2020, right?
Correct, it's tripled since 2020.
And my question to Chris, is that consistent throughout the lake, Chris?
We use the same front foot value on the lake. That front foot value may be adjusted for quality of lakeshore, but if you have a parcel on Big Swan, there's your number, $1,400. This is our starting point number.
Like, there's no hidden secret, I'm not happy with any of this, you know that.
Understood.
I'm not happy with any of these sales comparisons. I don't think that should be part of the formula.
But-
I've argued that since I became a commissioner with you. Sales comparison should have nothing to do with valuations, but, here we said again, and the state makes you do sales comparisons, and here we sit discussing his property versus my property or whatever, and, I just am not pleased with that, you know that, we've talked. And tripling in 3 years is, my question to myself is, where is the end of this? Where is it gonna stop? But people, this is just valuing people out of the, I mean, it's just crazy. So, Mr. Chair, I will move to reduce the property, by, 53,000.
So the motion would be to move the property of the valuation of the property, not the house, correct?
That's correct,
Yep, by 50,000, you said?
53,000,
53,000, excuse me,
so it'd be 130.
130,000, okay. We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Becker, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda, Jeffrey Howe.
Jeffrey Howe.
Correct?
You
Oh,
got
I'm
it
sorry.
right.
Looked right over you, I'm like,
Well, you know,
you just
I'm,
moved so fast for me.
you know what? I'm the same height whether I sit down or stand up.
Thank you for being here. Take it away.
Well, I guess I'm a next door neighbor to Mark, and just down the street from Lee. And I, again, as a building official, don't have a discrepancy about the value of the building, but I do argue the lake lot valuation. You know, I bought this place, when I bought this place in 2018, it was, I think the whole thing was valued at 182,000. We bought it for 2.25 there because of some closing issues. It ended up at 217. And when it went up to 198 in 2020, I didn't argue. I thought that was probably fair. And then when it went up to 246 in 2021, I thought that was fair. But now that it's gone up to 354.6, I've got a bit of an issue. The land value now, they say, is 167.3. Keep in mind, if you look at the lake shore, I have about 5 or 6 feet I can actually use. And that's the problem that I see. I've got a drop off that I can't get to any of the 145 feet or 144 feet. I've only got 5 or 6 feet that I actually got access to. My dog sometimes goes down there, but I've got to basically put a rope to get down there so I can get back up. It is extremely steep. It's basically a drop-off. I have asked, maybe, I will probably see you some other time to ask to put maybe a ramp down there so I can get down there, but currently, right now, I've got 5 or 6 feet of that lake shore that I can actually use. So that's the only argument I have, is that, you know, not all lake lots are even. Some of them have nice level lots, they can walk right out, they can use the whole lake shore. They did make adjustments to my lot, and I'm not exactly sure how that worked, but they did drop it somewhat. But it's still, to me, you know, a 41% increase and then an 85% increase is a little tough to take. So I'm just asking for a reduction in the land value, and, you know, if we could get down to somewhere in the 280 range for the total cost, I'd I'd keep quiet.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thank you. As Mr. Howe said, we are making adjustments for the slope and we're making adjustments for the cattails. I don't know what to say anymore. To me, this is enough. This property, Jeff's on top. One single comparison, I have more, but this to me just speaks volumes. 150 foot of lakeshore, 150 foot of lakeshore. His lot, this lot. Sale price 368, assessed value 354. It's a comp. I know it's a comp, but I got nothing else, Commissioner Kircher. Like, this is how we assess land.
I'm not arguing with you.
If someone's gonna pay that for it, it makes it worth that, and that is truly all any of us have to hang our hats on. So at that point, I think I'm just gonna be quiet.
I won't be here next year, so you won't have to argue with me, so.
Okay, any other questions for Chris? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to reduce the property by 30,000.
The land value
Yes.
by 30,000. There's a motion to reduce the land value by 30,000. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, sir.
Say that if you've got a different way you'd like to do this assessment process, that you'd like to see the state change it, I'm all ears. Hopefully I'll be down at the state senate again and we can work on that. So
Good.
if you've got an option to do that, I'd like to hear it.
Thank you.
Tax.
Our 5:15 appointment is not here right now, and no other appointments are here right now. Should we lock her down? Just
Neither,
You guys-
you don't have 5:15 or 5:30 right now?
right, or 5:45, do I? Or is what's 5:45? Is that a written one? We sent an email to leave it unlocked. Not that. Well, I told Mitch to leave it unlocked.
We go down and check.
Yeah.
I think that's where
Amy's on her way.
Amy's heading.
It'll just automatically lock.
Dry mouth, I gotta have some gum. How are you, Dwayne? Good. Just so you assessors know, I have nothing against you guys. Just me and the state do not get along on how they do this, so.
Was it locked at all, Amy? It was open? We have no one standing in line there? No, not down the driveway or in the hill or nothing? Yeah.
So item 4.14 is a extremely long letter. Should we knock it out since no one's here to listen but us?
When it is
It's a letter, not a
4?
4.14 on the back of the sheet.
Oh, gotcha.
Kevin?
Kevin, yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can.
I don't see why we wouldn't act on something as long as we're here. If we're not having a attendance, right? From that particular person.
All right, I am going to forward, just so you guys have it. And I guess I'll just start John, huh? Dear Assessor's Office, Review Board, this letter contains information that has to do with the land valve that we believe cases unfair taxation to Kevin and Dana Stokowski at 31331 Essex Trail of Oak Ridge Preserve Development, Bertram, Minnesota. We had a scheduled meeting time on the evening of June 14th at 7:15 to plead our case of what we again consider unfair taxation in front of a review board, but due to health issues, we were unable to attend. This letter is to communicate to you our feeling and our dissatisfaction of being unfairly taxed due to the restrictive covenants imposed upon our property along with the rest of Oak Ridge Preserve set forth by Todd County Commissioners starting in the year 2005. Our thoughts are we are not being valued incorrectly, which in turn taxes us fairly, and we believe it's because of the restrictive covenants on our land. We also think that these restrictive covenants and the value of our land shall be taken into condonation? I believe he means consideration. When comparing our land with our neighbors in the area who have no covenants or restrictions by the county. Here are some of the examples of restrictions we have on our property that other landowners around us don't have. No dwellings or buildings shall be built. Let me try that again. No dwellings or buildings being built shall be less than 1,000 feet in size and or less than 20 feet in width and must have a permanent foundation. No cutting or clearing of timber unless clearing for a building site or driveway. No harvesting of live timber. There shall be no habitable dwelling constructed on the back lots. Each outlot has to be sold with the lake lot directly across for it.
Chris, can you scroll up the computer?
Yeah.
Just stop. You're just beyond it. Thank you.
As long as we're pausing right now, I don't know if you guys know exactly where we are. So I would like to show you a aerial just so you can wrap your head around it. What number? 14. May have too many windows open. So here is this is Bass Lake, Oak Ridge Preserve, front lot, back lot. They must be sold together. Everybody here on this thing has the same restrictions and covenants. Back to the letter. Each outlot has to be sold with the lake lot directly across for it, and said interest in the outlot shall not be sold, transferred, conveyed, or assigned separately from said lot, and the interest in these lots shall always remain and be transferred as a unit. We cannot sell the back lot without selling the lake lot with it, and or we cannot or are able to even sell your back lot to an adjacent neighbor. This restriction is the worst one because it takes away from your freedoms and God-given right in my book to pursue happiness. Example of what happened with me. My neighbor needed the money to help with his mortgage. He was struggling to pay for the property. He and I share bordering land with each other, so he asked if I would help him out and buy his back lot. It would make his lot smaller and my lot bigger and nothing else. But this wouldn't happen. The county would not let it happen because of their covenants. So my neighbors had to take a loan out and pay interest, which cost him more and created a hardship for him and his family. But even more than that, the county told me I couldn't add to my land and make my property land more valuable, restricting or allowing me to make a financial situation possibly better down the road. Along with giving myself and my grandsons a little more hunting land, it was almost like a form of discrimination. You would think it would be unlawful.
Chris, is this, I'm lost in the first part. Is this some PDB, they bought this land and that was the landowner before that had set these regulations?
Yep, exactly. So these
County board did?
Planning and zoning and county board, when, yes. This
So
was the development
prior-
around the lake by me there.
But they were in place when they bought it.
Yes,
correct. And it's a 25-year placement.
I don't know the terms,
It's-
but it was
it's-
reduced from 30-some lots down to 20-some, I believe.
And those restrictions sunset in
I
2030.
don't know when they sunset.
That's, we do know that. They'd sunset in 2030. Do I have to continue with this letter?
It's probably best to read it in.
What he's saying,
Information.
what
That
he's
you
saying
should
is
finish
correct. And there was just a comparison of 37 acres that is on my lake there of a price that was just sold. And there is a covenant, and the east side of the lake and the west, most of the west side of the lake, it has an embankment that you would have to, it's almost like climbing a silo. You gotta go straight up almost, so it's, you know, you can't build by the lake, you gotta, and then you gotta have a stairs going down if the zoning will allow you to build a stairs, so. He is correct on what he's saying, he probably isn't describing it accurately, but.
The part that we'll talk about is the fact that everybody that's bought on that lake is higher than assessed value. But continuing, these are just a few of the restrictions that we have on our land that other landowners in the county do not have. We, Dana and I, have contacted the county assessor's office last year and a few years before that to discuss these covenants along with in front of discussion with the county's board of commissioners when Tim Stieber was around to see if we could get some of these covenants removed so our property could hold the same fair market value as the other local landowners who have no such rules, but with no success. Which brings me to another item or thought. This crazy 33% tax increase proposal that I received for my standard undeveloped wooded land. In speaking with the assessor's office about this a few weeks ago, it was stated that 2 lots in the Oak Ridge Preserve had sold for more than fair market value and even a little more than assessed value, which is wonderful for the seller, but does that allocate a standard across the board huge increase for all the lots in the development that haven't changed a thing? 2 lots, question mark. Just because a few wealthy or nutty people may have overpaid for their lots, in which one of the lot sales was by a multifamily purchase where they can all share their costs. Why is this a reason to jack everyone else's taxes up by 1/3 of their current value? Do we know how many people may have passed on buying any of these lots because of the high land value, in turn the high rate of taxation, and possibly because of the assessed covenants restrictions in place? We have no way of knowing, but very possible. And what might our land values be to new buyers without these restrictions and covenants in place? More, question mark. So anyways, in trying to keep this short and to the point, our thoughts are, since the county will not eliminate these restrictions and covenants at this time or until 2030 in accordance with the agreement between Todd County and Natura Land Inc. in 2005, Dana and I believe that is what is called unfair value leading to unfair taxation. Our land value should not the same as other landowners in our area who do not have any of these restrictions, who are able to sell all or part of their land to anyone, including the bordering neighbors, harvest part or all of their trees as they choose, as well as construct outbuildings, whatever size or quantities they choose, most anywhere on their property. Truthfully, Dana and I really thought when buying our land that there would be a value difference between Oak Ridge Preserve land development from the rest of the county until covenants were removed or lifted. We were thinking it would only be a fair way to value the land. So at this time, we would please request for a review of our situation to see if this could or would be looked at. This is what we consider an unfair taxation on our land because of us being restricted by the county, with us not being able to have the same rights to do our property as people around us. We greatly regret not being there to state our case in front of you and converse with you on such a concerning matter to us. If any of you on the board or the assessor's office would like to meet with us to discuss or ask any further questions about this matter, we would greatly appreciate it and be totally open to it. We can be contacted at most any time, and please feel free to do so. Thank you for your time. He mentions short and to the point. I'm going to pull up some sales here again. Here's a map of parcels that have sold in this preserve with the same restrictions that he speaks of. So the first one we have is the one he bought in 2007. Purchased for $205, assessed at $137. His neighbor, 2 weeks later, purchased for $79,000. We had $85 on it at the time. More recent ones, here's a 2021, purchased for $184, currently assessed for $154. This one's 2 years old, purchased for $162. Following year, assessed at $159. Could do this all day. There hasn't been a single sale in that development suggesting that if the covenant is restricting or lowering the values, the assessed value is already lower. And when we're looking at these sales, we're looking at Bass Lake, we're looking at the neighbors, we're seeing these sales, and we're comparing them to themselves, just like anybody else that we've talked to on the Swans today. There was one sale that we were overvalued on, and that was in 2017. These restrictions are set to expire in 2030. So as a purchaser, if you are planning on getting out in the next 7 years, you know what you bought it for. And if you're not, you probably have very little concern about it because they're going to go away under your ownership. Like the ones before, the assessor's office is recommending no change.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for Chris? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to agree with no change.
Okay, we have a motion from Kircher for no change for Kevin Stukowski.
Second.
Seconded by Kneisel. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. In the situation, the people come late, do we go back and try to re-grab them?
Yeah, I think
mean-
so. Like this case, we know Kevin's not coming today.
Right. Yep.
We have one other that he had signed up, said he was coming in person, called yesterday, said he couldn't make it. He had one issue with his parcel. So we said we'd talk about it today for him, and this is probably, again, as good a time as any. This parcel is Ron Greenwald's. It is listed as item 4.12. This is in Clarissa. Here is a field sheet, double wide, built in 1997. It's got a pole garage, and it's actually got two pole buildings. One's 40 by 32, one is 24 by 16. Land value is $9,800. Building value is $53,200. Mr. Greenwald said that he agrees with everything except for two items. He said that the 32 by 40 garage needs new cement. And the 12 by 16 little yard barn utility shed needs a new roof. Again, this just came yesterday. So we didn't get out there today to go look and see if the concrete in the 1979 shed was broken. I assume it is. And we did not look to see if the yard bar needed a new roof, but it maybe does.
These pictures taken before or after the storm went through Clarissa?
The picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, the picture was before. And, you know, maybe the roof on the utility shed, that might have been storm damage. Obviously, the concrete's not, but yeah, those are his only two items. The total value on the shed right now is $18,800. The little utility shed is $1,700. You have a camera? Just to shoot a number out, I wanna. Oh, Betty's got it. Go asterisks, no concrete. If we took the 100% of the concrete value away from the shed, it would be a reduction of $3,200. And that would be assuming a garage with no concrete. So again, the concrete's adding $3,200 worth of value. He says it's not good. So that's just some perspective for you. The little 12 by 16 yard barn, total value of $1,700. I guess you can decide how much a roof contributes to that. I don't know. If you want recommendations, I would recommend removing half of the concrete value, assuming that there's either some life or some sort of utility there. So a reduction of $1,600 for concrete. And I can't imagine it's gonna cost more than $500 to get that roof done on that yard barn. So $500 there, total value reduction on the buildings of $2,100.
Would be a recommendation from the assessor's office.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for Chris? Discussion, otherwise I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion, that recommendation.
Make the motion to follow the recommendation of the assessor's office.
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Kneisel to accept the recommendation from the assessor's office of a $2,100 reduction. Is that correct, Chris?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Becker. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Do we want to take 10, 15 minutes, stretch legs, use the bathroom?
That'd be good.
Up?
We don't have a 5:30 right yet.
Well, technically, we're supposed to stay available until at least 6, even though we had appointments as a necessity prior to coming, but.
Correct. But I'm saying our 5:15 nor our 5:30 have
Right,
shown.
yeah, we haven't seen anybody, but, yeah, we're still missing actually everyone after 5:15.
Okay.
So,
Do you consider those that make their appointment a no-show and then you don't review them, or you still review them?
I would, the only ones that we would normally review are the ones that were making a recommended change or had sent a letter like the couple that we did. But if they said they were, you know, there were some people that called angry and upset and said, sign me up. Well, I don't know what to do, you know, for them.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah, so we would
Case of the 520, if she doesn't show up within the next
say
year.
scratched.
Just a no-show.
Yep,
Just unclear.
yep.
Can we just take a pause then, or a break?
Break.
Yeah, we'll go with a 15-minute break for now and see what happens. Don't push on that wall too hard.
Well, I'm stretching my back. Oh, shit.
Chris, the guy that said he was gonna be from the legislature, is he a representative or what?
Yeah, he's a state rep. He lives around Holdingford. I don't know what district.
Chris, are you okay with moving ahead?
Yep.
Where we're at now?
Good.
Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll have our 6 o'clock appointment, Mike Pop. If you want to come up to the table here, sir, and then present. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was 6 o'clock. Oh,
Maybe at 6:20.
who are you, sir?
So he's 6:20. So then, Steve, if you're ready to go, or do you want to watch one happen? It's up to you. I called you in. Do you want? They usually take about 15 minutes. I'll watch one. Okay. So
Okay,
now
well-
we have Mr. Kowalczyk, Keith.
Sorry about that, sir. I just went off of my sheet that said 6 o'clock, so.
Believe everything you read. Especially these taxes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got a 20-acre parcel up by Coal Lake on County Road 14 that went up $2,000 last year in value, and want to go up another $12,000 in value this year. That's swamp. And there's a lot of problems with that, especially with the road. This has been our family for a long, long, long time, 4 generations. I tried to build a house on there, and to get an access, if you get down, and I know you all know County Road 14 past Coal Lake, right, that little hill there, the Amish tried to build a school and church there a few years ago, remember that? They denied that because of emergency services and the way the hills were and everything. And the county denied me access to build a right-of-way in there because of the hills and how dangerous they are there. And that's just that problem with the access. I gotta use the neighbor's approach. And the other side of, the other third of the property is virtually useless to anybody that buys it because you can't get over there because of the spring and the river, or not river, but the water frontage that goes through there. It goes to Coal Lake. So I don't know where the hell this increase comes, from. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I've got other pieces of property in St. Louis County, which is 3 times the size of this county here. And my house in Sudan, where I built a 3.5 car garage, went up a little over $3,000. That's it. Another piece of property, 15 acres, right on the Little Fork River. Beautiful. Riverfront, the whole thing. That went up $5,000. So, on a piece of property that you can't use to go up $14,000 in 2 years is pretty asinine if you ask me. Convince me otherwise.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to add at this time, sir?
Not at this time, but maybe later.
Okay. Thank you. Chris?
All right, thank you. Here is the field sheet. Very standard how we always start out. You can see that the value for this 20 acres totals $43,000, and that value is being generated from 10 acres of woods, 9 acres of wasteland, and
No, there's not 10 acres of woods there. You and me went over it. Here's the map right here. There was only 6 acres there.
we'll use my map for a
This
second.
is your map, right here.
So is this one on the screen that I'm actively working on? I get a chance to talk to you, so we're gonna measure it out.
You measure up. We did already, you and me.
Seven point,
That's far from 10 acres, isn't it?
yep, it is.
Now, how much of that can you use?
Whoa, we're gonna measure all the woods.
That's useless.
Is it woods?
That's useless. It's swamp.
So we had 7.2 and now we have
You got
1.8.
willows there, you got down trees in there.
Sir, I'm gonna ask that you let him do his presentation, then we'll come back, okay?
Okay,
Because
all
it
right.
just goes back and forth. It'd be nice just to hear.
Well, sure, but you don't remember everything he says, you know?
I'm trying to remember what you said, and I'm trying to be
Be
fair.
good.
All right,
Okay.
thanks.
So, using the measurements that were just provided, we have 10 acres of woods at $3,400 an acre, 9 acres of waste at $1,000 an acre, 1 acre of road, $0. When we look at the 2022 Todd County Land Schedule, I have two numbers highlighted. You'll see that it's Little Elk Township. The column is woods for this one, waste for this one. So what this tells me is if you've got waste in Little Elk Township, you're valued at $1,000 per acre. So in the matter of equality, we are all of that. We are being equal. We are treating this land the same as we are treating other land that is like this land in this township used for this purpose.
You done?
Reserving the right to speak more later. I am done right now.
Okay. Your 9 acres or 10 acres is wrong. You ever been out there?
How is it wrong? I don't
Have you been
understand
out
it.
there? Have you been out there?
I've driven on 14. I have never.
Okay, I driven on 14. Well, I flew over New Mexico, but I can't say it's all desert. So, if you look at your spot there on the south side of that 10, yeah, right there. That's willows, down trees, moguls, stuff like that. There might be a few trees in there, but there ain't many. That's all there is. And you can't get over to that. How are you gonna use that piece of property? For anything? Anything at all? You get across that creek, you think? That's bottomless. There's no bottom to that thing. Right off the end. In fact, if you go to the north there, now on the other side of that creek, right, down a little bit, anywhere, well, actually, right. This is all steep hillside down to here that drains into this creek. That is pretty much worthless too. Here's your approach that comes into the property. Here's the hill that's there. There's nothing. I gotta use this guy's approach on to get into my property. Manley, Dick Manley. That's how bad it is. I had a culvert there one time, but they said the county said, no, can't put approach in there. Okay. And that was going on a couple year thing. First it was no, then I said, how about if I buy the culvert, because that seemed to be too expensive, and they said, all right, and then I said, it's there, and then they said, no, we can't, because of the accidents coming over the hill and stuff. In fact, the guy told me, he said, these hills weren't designed for people and milk trucks coming over the roads at 60 miles an hour. That's what he told me when they built that road. Said they should have dug that road in deeper so the hill wasn't there. So, I don't know, like I said, I don't know where the hell this $14,000 comes from as far as a increase of something that's not valuable at all. I'm sure if you talk to Chad Trudusky, that's right next to me there, and you have that little thing there where you got it sectioned out on his little 20 acres there or whatever. That's all swamp. I bet you talk to him, I'll bet he tells you that's not worth that, what you're charging him for taxes either, but you got all in one lump sum basically to him. I'll bet.
What do you mean lump sum?
Well, he's got, how much does that Trudusky farm own, like 180 acres or something in there? Between all of them together, Ron and Chad and the kids?
It looks like these three
180.
parcels is probably, I would guess 190 looking at the picture.
Yeah.
160
Yeah.
plus 20 plus,
So they're all kind of tied in together. You think Chad can sell them ones that are next to me at all?
is there a reason he can't sell them?
Sure, they're all swamp. They're all swamp. You can't walk them, not even with a pair of hip boots. And that's what you're trying to get me for. Something that you can't even walk in. The deer don't even go through there. And then I'd like to know how much Manley paid for the 30 acres that he got from Ted Gullah, right next to me just a few years ago.
We can certainly look that up. Here's a 40-acre parcel that sold in Little Elk, 13 acres of woods, 8 acres of swamp, $105,000. 105.
Where at?
Little Elk Township. Charles Anderson purchased. Ron Sarr sold.
335.
Pull up a map on that one, so I wanna see what that is.
It's off the county line. You turn on the county line and go south on 335th.
Okay,
There's a
to,
house there that was, right past that.
Abrahamson's house, he's on the east
South of
side.
that. Yeah, south of,
Okay, okay, just on the other side of the road, but a little bit north.
west side of 335th Avenue.
I don't recognize it.
See where we are? Here's 14.
Yeah.
This highlighted part is the parcel in question.
Oh, he's way down, he's off on the dirt road there,
Yeah, about a
way
mile.
down the dirt.
About a mile down the road.
Yeah, he's got a lot more highland than I got, I'll tell you that. So,
It's ways past your parcel.
Do you have anything else?
I don't. We could do more sales if we want to see them. It's,
and nobody did any houses or improvements in Little Elk Township. Or one did a little improvement, I guess, when you looked at it. And that was it.
what do you, I don't understand.
Improvements, to value the land higher. Because you told me, you said, oh, I said, this isn't ridiculous. And you said, oh, somebody probably built something and a house got sold or something. You looked at it and you said, oh, there was only one sale.
There was only one sale in Little Elk Township.
Yeah. Like I said, I gotta see some justification for this $14,000.
So it's
I'm,
not $14,000.
I'm good with paying taxes. I don't mind. I know they go up, school referendums, all that other stuff. 14 grand on this property. Yeah, I think you've been.
11,700. I know it doesn't feel much better, but it's 11,700. So let's just get that right. It's not 14,000. It's 11,700. That's the difference.
11,700 is just the same as
So it's not the same as 14.
That's this year. That's this year.
11. That's what we're talking
And
about.
last year was.
So why is it not worth $43,000?
I'll tell you what, buddy. You got a checkbook. You sign me a check for $43,000, and I'll
No.
give you that property today.
Yep, I get it.
How about
It's
that?
Well, it's not the first time I've been offered land.
I'm sure it isn't.
Today.
I'm sure it is, but I'll bet you it's not the first time you've been wrong either.
It might not be the first time
I
I've been
know
wrong.
that.
All right, any other questions for either people of the participant or Chris from the board? Any more information needed from anyone?
Go on, Dave. Say something. Matsko family needs you over here.
I've said quite a bit earlier, but I think your sales, if you look at the surrounding properties, have probably went up. How much, Chris?
On average, let me pull up a different spreadsheet here. So Little Elk parcels, the line I have highlighted is the dollars per acre of change in Little Elk this year. Sorry, clicked the wrong thing there. So if you look at tillable land, on average, it increases about $600. If you look at pasture, it was 400, woods was 900, waste was 400. Those are dollars of increase over the previous year. So you're not gonna find 1 acre in Little Elk Township that didn't go up at least $400.
That's the surrounding properties, right?
Chris, your measurements on your wooded versus acres, compared to your waste acres, is there some movement on that?
What was the parcel
'Cause-
number again? Thank you.
Talking the rest of that, Barb.
Yeah, I'm talking, because he says, Chris says there's 6, and he says there's
Yeah.
10. Wooded versus
Yeah,
waste.
waste.
So, do we want to adjust?
I think the piece in question is the lower part on whether or not it's accessible or usable or not, and maybe changing that to a waste instead
To
of
a
a.
waste versus wooded.
Okay, so if we did agreeing that this portion is indeed woods, and then have everything else except for 1 acre, 1 acre per road, 7.4 acres of woods,
And the
remaining
rest would
waste.
be waste, yeah.
Okay, we can work some numbers up. Cam on. 7.4. Enter. Oh, let's go hard. $3,400 an acre. Times 7.4.
So tell me, after all this stuff, comes to a kind of a head and, property values go down and stuff, cause nobody's buying anything anymore, does that mean, the values are gonna actually go down, will go down or not?
So the new value, or Commissioner Becker, if we use the numbers that we just described, the value would be $36,800.
And how much of that would go to woods and how much would be waste then?
The woods would equal 25.2. The waste would equal 11,600.
And how many acres of each one, Chris?
It was 7.4
0.39, I think, or
of
7.4.
woods, and it was 11.6 of waste,
Okay,
1 acre of road.
okay. I'll put that into a motion.
Okay, we have a motion with the changes as suggested from Commissioner Becker. I don't know if I can state them exactly right, but with the
If-
acreage changes that we're showing,
So it's a total reduction of $6,200.
for a total reduction of $6,200.
So what would be the total land then, 36.8?
Yeah.
36.8, correct.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Becker, seconded by Kircher. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
You told me when I was there, that land's going up and you should pay that no matter what, you told me when I was there. And I said, there ain't no way in hell, I'm gonna see you at this meeting. And I did, didn't I? Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Did you?
I'm not gonna try to guess your name, cause I guessed wrong last
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
so.
we're gonna have Steve come up now since we called him at
Who's next now?
And what'll
head of
I
his
do?
normal meeting, scheduled time. Thank you for filling in our gap here.
Paperwork with me, so we're gonna have to wing some of this.
All right, you're Stephen Johnson, is that correct?
And Baker.
Oh, Baker, I'm sorry.
What?
One on the end.
So I am
Oh,
going
4.19?
I'm gonna pull your stuff up so we can see it on the overhead.
Yep.
First we'll do a field sheet, and we'll also have the aerial. Give a little background. So the parcel you see here is, and I'm sorry, commissioners, you don't have it in your packet. He was added after the fact. After the packets were made, before the board agenda was publicized. So we're all gonna wing it a little bit. This parcel is on Big Swan Lake, County Road 102. You can see the DNR access is right here. The parcel's highlighted. And here is a outline of the property. We have $252,400 on the land, just shy of 300 on the buildings. Total amount of lakeshore is 975 feet. House picture. It's a modular house, 1 story with a basement, open porch, composite deck, lakeside. Walkout basement, also lakeside. Detached garage, built in 2020. It's got, we don't have a picture of it here to show you right now, but it's heated, insulated, and has a 12-foot sidewall. And there's an older pole shed, and that is 60 foot by 50 foot with concrete and electric. Let's hoping I could sneak in a little bit here. I'll grab a thing. I'll keep working, but you can go ahead now if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. So, last year, my assessed value was 267. It went up 120 approximately to 385 for this year, and that included 50,000 for the new garage. And this next year now, it's going up to 548. So 267 to 548 in 2 years. And that, the increase this year does include another 20,000 that was left over from the garage. But it's still a very big jump. I've been working with Laura and Chris. Thank you very much. We've worked our way to where we are today. I really appreciate that. But I still feel it's about 50,000 too high for a couple of reasons. I have 2 comparative market assessments from 2 local realtors that put the values between 490 and 550. But in those, all the comparables in there, all the comparables above 400,000, the sales price was much less than the asking price. And so if I were to be asking 550, I'd only be getting to 500. And again, the house is a modular, 2-bedroom modular home, unfinished basement. I really feel that it should be toward the lower end of that range that they provided. So, I don't have copies of those, Chris, I don't know if you do, but like I said, the comparables were all selling at less than
Yep, and we had
the sale, or the listing price.
we had talked to a few Burnhamville Lake people before you were here, and so this sheet's still open from that. And one of the points that one of the gentlemen illustrated that these are $200,000 to $350,000 houses, same as you're stating now.
Right, but what I'm saying is there's, at 400,000 there's an inflection point, right? When you see houses for sale below that, they're getting more than the asking. At 400, they're getting the asking. You go up to 500, they're not. You know, and that's the point I'm making here and why I think it should be lower. The second big point is, I think the land is overvalued, and that's where I think the $50,000 problem is. I learned a couple things on the MLS today. Number one, you can buy some pretty nice property out there. There's one for sale on Osakas today. It's 14 acres, 14.4, 2.5 times what I got, 1,300 feet, 30% more than what I've got. And they're asking $240 for it, which is less than what you guys have my land valued at $252 or whatever it is. And there's other lots close by there, 22 acres, 200,000, way more than what I've got. The other thing I saw out there that was very clear to me, you can buy a lake lot for $50,000, it's a half acre, right? And right next to it, you can have a 5-acre lot, 10 times the size, but it doesn't sell for 10 times the price. And I think that's one of the things wrong with your method of doing it. I'm not blaming you personally.
I know.
You use a linear method, but once you get above a certain rate, it's not accurate anymore. And we're retired, we're on a fixed income, and I know you've heard all this, I don't want to be a whiner like that. I appreciate you guys spending your dinner with me. But I think it's still 50,000 overvalued. And now to nitpick, if you look at the land, there's about 2.5 acres roughly of swamp that's still valued at $4,000 an acre. Even if you zero it out to, that's only 10,000, but it's 10,000 in the right direction, you know? So,
Mr. Chair, if we could look at that aerial again, the lake shore there, I'm familiar with.
very weedy.
I don't think it's the top of the line lake shore.
Couldn't agree more.
There's weeds there, you would probably have to clean your prop 10 times before you got out to the good water, but,
So when we
Every
actually,
time,
yep,
I gave up the fight.
yeah.
Now I just,
It's
until I
not,
get to clear water and fix it, whatever.
that would be my only argument is
Yep.
the value of.
so I had mentioned earlier that we have 975 feet of lakeshore that's currently being assessed here. Of that, we have a value of 119,000 on the first 100 feet. We have a value of 29,800 on the next 50 feet. On the next 50 feet, 26,800, and the remaining 775 feet is 36,600, which is an average of 23? $238 per square foot. Now, if you remember that graph that we showed earlier today, Big Swan Lake is a $1,400 lake. We're averaging 238 on this parcel, not only because of sheer size, and if we look at that aerial, absolutely, this is not going to be buildable to him. You know, it's much too narrow. They might see some value in it. They might see some value in it, but we're recognizing the fact that it's not full value. It's too narrow. It is weedy. There's just a measurement that it's 1,000 feet. I could do this 100 times to get 100 different measurements. So right now I'm getting 1,009. And we have it assessed at 975.
How does that shoreline value against wasted, or waste acres, you know? Is there a
The
comparison
main
there at all or not?
difference there is when we are looking at lakeshore property like this, we're not looking at acres. We're simply looking at a lineal footage. You know, a pencil line across the whole parcel is basically what's being assessed. On a bigger parcel, we're doing some acres as well. You know, we'll take a step back, like say 400 feet, and we'll assess this is lakeshore and this is acreage. I would have to look real quick to see if we're doing, so we have a 6-acre parcel here. So we have the lakeshore, and we're assessing 5 acres of land plus the site itself, which is normal. So of the land is $40,000 worth of value. The lake is 210, roughing numbers, but for the sake of argument.
So again, on this, like, the rest of them over there in Birminghamville, the buildings didn't take that great of a jump. It was all the land.
Absolutely correct. And we use, what I was doing before, I don't know if anyone noticed, I was trying to click quick. I was trying to find this table. When you said that we use a linear dollar for dollar. It goes up, it goes up. I was hoping I could be able to graph this real quick. And so this is our house table. And hours ago, we talked about there's no lake sales that happened. One of the first things that we do is we determine house value. The easiest and best way to do that is right where we're sitting right now, Long Prairie City. We have a house value in 2021. We have 50 sales every year. So we can say the difference between A to B is the market. The house didn't change, but maybe 1%, just appreciation. So the difference there is my market. So once we establish a house value, say in Long Prairie City, we can take that house value and transfer it to Burnhamville. So now if that parcel is not selling for the exact same thing, what's the difference? The difference is the lake. So that's why in most of these cases, what you're seeing is a lot of value increases on the lake. The building values didn't experience that much change. They did some, absolutely, but not nearly to the same extent.
Well, I can say, if I owned the property, I would say I got Lake Shore, and then I would say I don't have Lake Shore. Because it's all weeds. That's all it is.
It's horrible.
And I don't understand why we can't make some comparisons to good Lake Shore compared to bad Lake Shore. Because I'd be happy to own the property, but I wouldn't be happy to have the Lake Shore, because you can't use it. There's nothing there, you could try and get your boat out. I would imagine you got a short dock.
Actually, 64 feet,
But that's as far as you could go, probably.
yeah.
So, you're still in weeds. Because I've been on this lake many times, and you can't fish there. So it's absolutely worthless lakeshore, so. But you do own lakeshore, so.
Well, yeah. It's not, certainly not the same as the lake shore that's on the northeast end.
No.
Where they got gentle slope, sandy beach.
Sand.
And they were paying $1,400 a foot, This is the one right here that I was discussing earlier. It's for sale today, 240, 14.4 acres, 1,300 feet of shore, on Osakis.
Looks damp.
What's that?
It looks a little damp.
It does.
Yep.
Where is it, Randy?
Well, hey,
This is on the
look at
Douglas
my
side.
land. Half of my land is swamp.
We talked about it extensively, and when Laura and I walked the property 2 weeks ago, we agreed that once we got to that certain point, we saw the hill go down, we saw the swamp in the bottom, and we said, we don't even care what you got over there, right? Like, we walked it, we looked at it, we stopped at the top of the hill, and we said, we're not going down in the swamp, and we're not crossing over, because we don't really care.
But you didn't lower the number. You're still charging me $4,000 an acre for that swamp.
And I bet you,
I don't mean to get nitpicky,
I
it's just that
understand
I wanted
that.
to go in
And
this
it's not that we haven't worked with you this year.
That's right.
Our current reduction from where we started to today has gone down $126,900. We've come a long way. We looked at the not the appraisals, but the realtor's opinions. They're valid. And I said that. They're on my desk right now. I should have brought them up. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, but the one was $490 to $550, and they recommended a selling price or listing price of $499. And they said, well, the market will, you'll get more money because there'll be multiple buyers. Well, I'm not seeing that in this price range. None of the comparables in that price range have sold for the asking price. Not one. And that's where I'm saying, I don't care. Remember what this is. I asked them to give me a market assessment, and they want my business. So if anything, they're gonna err on the high side. And that's why I'm saying, look, this is a 2-bedroom modular home with crappy land and crappy shore. It is not worth $550. I'd argue that it's worth, it may not be worth the 500. But that's where I'm willing to settle. I
Yep.
mean, that's where I'll give
And-
up the fight.
You know, I'll repeat for the board what I said to you. I certainly appreciated the opinions. You provided them, no questions asked. I got to see what they were using. Me and Laura spent some time out there. We walked around, we did some measurements. We came back to the office, we put our heads together, and this was our number. It's not exactly the same as the appraiser's number. We're at 548. They were somewhere between 525, and 550. We're certainly a little bit on the higher side of that. I don't want to just arbitrarily pick something out of a hat, and that's why I was reluctant to do anything different. I can't look at these numbers and say I should change this because of fill in the blank. I don't have a fill in the blank right now.
I understand that, you made that clear before, and I really do appreciate it, don't think that I don't.
I know.
Because I was actually doing backflips when we started this process, it wasn't
Yep.
fun. But the main thing that I think is wrong with the approach used here is we're using a linear method, and when you get over certain values, that linear method doesn't track what's out there for sale. And I think that parcel you just had up for sale shows it. They're listing 2.5 times the land with 30% more shoreline, and I would say we're equally crappy lots, and they're asking 240.
My question is always was not what did it list for, not what did it sell for, but what was it assessed for? If that thing is currently assessed at 230, I say sell it for 240 all day long. The real question is, what did they, and it's Douglas County, so I can't just pull up another field sheet over here and say,
So what I did is I drew a circle around my
Yep.
house, and it was,
I know.
everything else that sold.
Yep,
was
buyers-
nothing like my property.
okay,
So
yep,
there's no point of even talking about it.
yep.
Any questions, commissioners?
I just have one. What's that, state of Minnesota partial right next to his? What do they pay for Pilt? Just for curiosity.
Public access, Randy.
Public
That's
access.
public
Yeah,
access.
so they would have, you're right, they'd have Pilt on that.
Well, what do they pay for it?
It's, let me look up the value, Patty. 06.
It's a pretty good sized chunk there.
400.
It is the only access on the lake.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, you get the second one. 426.00. And yours is 06, 416.00. Value? Is that right?
And that's all paved, that's tar,
It's exempt.
Two
down
parcels.
to the access, right?
Yep. No, it's, the access,
400.
it's a dirt road going in there.
In, but it's paved down
Yours.
to the access where you start on top of the hill there to go down.
49.5
The access
times
is paved,
Yes.
going into the lake,
Yes.
but
0.075. So to answer your question, the total value on that parcel is 157.5, and obviously that's just land because there's nothing else there. And the PILT payment at 0.75% of the value is $1,180.
Now, there's two parcels there,
And we added them both,
okay.
parcel one, parcel two. So. So yeah, if you,
Commissioners?
Go ahead,
it's
Chris, sorry.
157.
If there's no further questions, I would look for a motion.
Well, I don't have the land value in front of me. What was the total land value again?
Total land value is $252,400, and I have it up there on the screen too now. I didn't before.
And Mr. Baker, you were saying you thought it was 50,000 too much?
yeah, yep.
I'll move, Mr. Chair, to reduce it by 40,000.
Okay, we have a motion by Kircher to reduce the land value by 40,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Becker. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Steve.
I really do appreciate it.
Yep. Are you Linda?
I am Sherry Johnson.
Sherry Johnson. Okay. If you're ready, yeah, if you're ready, I think we're ready. Johnson is item 4.11, parcel 0600040509.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for serving. I have never been in here, and I had a little trouble finding it. Went downstairs, parked up here. I'm like, how do you get in this building? So that tells you I've never done anything like this before, so bear with me. My husband would like to be here, for sure, but he is in Wisconsin working, so it is what it is. Somebody's got to work. Anyway, picture him here. I know that would help. So I'm not an assessor, and I just want to say that my husband and I have been married for more than 30 years. We have 4 kids, and we've been a homeowner for 25 years, but it's been in Morrison County. We live in a 1977 Rambler with steel siding and Anderson windows, well-built, currently valued at $178,600, which is less than what my new my new number is for next year. So my husband and I chose Little Swan Lake because it wasn't upscale. I mean, we sought it out. We didn't want big birch. We didn't want anything that was really classy. We liked that town, and we just thought it would be a little more economical. I took some pictures. Do you mind if I give you a couple?
Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. There was like 5 others that I didn't choose. Similar to this, I figured you'd get bored, so I only grabbed 2. Ben in Pillsbury, who lives by me? I'm on Little Swan. Anyone?
Pardon me?
Anyone? Who lives by me in Little Swan?
I live not too far from you.
Awesome. You're the one I'll be looking for.
I'm very familiar with it, so.
Here's these cute houses, so you know the area. It's an old area. This is what we drive by. This is on the main highway. Come in here from Swanville to Long Prairie. These beauties are right there. I have a couple extra.
County
Sure.
Road 12. Pillsbury.
Pillsbury.
Yeah.
I live in Pillsbury. Well, I want to live in Pillsbury. We'll see how that goes. So before I hand out my next handout, I just have a couple of talking points. Actually, you might need this next one. 2 lots just sold by me for $12,500 each, December 1st, 2021. And I also, Chris is putting it up, but I'm also putting it up. And then my friend is Jan Schultz, Landmark Realty, and she said, Sherry, I couldn't sell it for $206,000, so I don't know what's going on there. John Young, Hometown News, on the big day of April 16th or 19th, you guys had a meeting, and John Young quoted that Chris, which I've never met before, nice to meet you, mentioned that the top increase was in the 40% range in Todd County. That was the top. So now I'd like to hand out what ours came to, which is 150%. I guess I didn't know how this would go. I didn't know if I could bring a jump drive. I was going to do a Google slide show for y'all, but I didn't know what equipment I was allowed to have.
Sure.
I am.
Patty, you're in my notes.
I talked to you on the phone.
You're in my notes. Patty quoted, and I hope I'm not misquoting, I'll get to the mic. Hope I'm not misquoting, but Patty quoted when we called in that statewide increases were in the 13 to 17% range. So what you have in front of you is what happened to my land. It was valued at $29,000 in 2020, 2021, 34,400, 2022, 69 or 66,900. I called and talked to somebody at the county and said, "Hey, I just paid 62,500 for that. Why? I mean, you have my number. Why don't you do it that?" No, we got to go up. So next year, you guys are planning to have it at 206,000. Again, my home in Uppsala is 178,000 valuation. So I crunched these numbers with Chris, and first time around, Chris said it was 157% up, but then we redid it, and then he agreed that it was 150%. So I'm here wondering if there was just a mistake made, possibly, hopefully. And then on the next page, I put in my numbers with the 10%, 20%, 30%, and 40% increase, because that's what I was told was kind of the Todd County top for everybody. So I did not cherry pick, honestly. I did not. I have friends on Moose Lake, on Munce Lake, and Charlotte Lake, and Long Lake. But anyway, I just grabbed a few. So the first one down on the bottom is the comparable A. It is, I believe, zoned just like mine, seasonal. And that one only went up 13.4%. And then Chris knows more than I do about how you do what you do, and some of these have a house on, some don't. B is just land, mine was just a hayfield to start with. So that one went up 28%. D is on Charlotte right here in town, and that went up 33%. So these are my comparables, and I can't find, and I didn't find anything that went up 150%. So I don't know where that is besides mine. And,
Continue.
and also, before we bought, we had planning and zoning flag it, and they said a good half of it is not buildable, which is a big issue. So lake, our wedge property, I didn't divide these out. It is what it is, but it's lake, a wedge, and then a road. So half of it is not buildable. And I think that's an important talking point as well. I'm going to look at my notes and see if I'm missing anything. Jokingly, I wanted to say the League of Minnesota Cities says I pay property taxes for my parks. There isn't any. My streets, no. It's gravel, snow removal, I don't think so. But police protection, hey now, I need that in this town. My husband and I did want to build a small retirement home there as soon as possible. We do have 2 kids still in high school. We are freaking out, to say it mildly. We're like, if we put up like a 1-bedroom, what's going to happen? I mean, are we going to be $500-600 a month in property taxes? Because this was quite a jump. And then I wanted Chris or someone over here to tell me what the current tax rate is in Todd County.
We're just actually looking at your Uppsala house right now.
Yeah, it's a beaut, right?
It went up 31%.
I know it did. I have that documentation as well to share. I'll happily share it. I brought it along. Yes, it
So
did.
it
I said what it
keeps
was
on
worth today.
repeating what we've been saying for, I know you haven't been here for the
That's
last
okay.
2.5
Let's
hours.
make Pillsbury 31%. I'm with you, Chris. We can close it. Who's got the motion? I'm ready to roll.
Here we have.
Yes,
a-
mine for
a
next year will be 31%.
In-town parcel with virtually very limited land value, 20,000 land value, 213 house value. Last year, $17,000 lot value, 161. So assuming you didn't change anything on your house in Upsala in the last year,
Right, no, I just
Your
said,
value-
I said I
right,
can't
your-
live at Little Swan Lake, and it's really high.
so just market accounted for a 31% increase on a house in town. What I'm saying is Lake Shore's not town.
And I'm saying half of it is not buildable.
What about the other half?
The other half, I hope, but I don't know which.
Because you built.
I don't know. We chose this because of what it is.
Okay.
That's why I brought the pictures.
So one of the things on your sheet that you've provided us today says $38,700 new improvement value, basically. Now
Yeah.
that number matches exactly with what we have.
I know, I took it off your sheet.
Okay, so so you agree with that number?
I said I was fine with that. You and I talked about that. We put in a,
There's been a
we
lot.
put an
I'm sorry.
electric pole in last year. And I think he went a little higher than what we actually paid, but no big deal. And then we put a shed up, which started like in November, January, it, got some doors, but there you go.
There you can
That's what we
see.
put up. That's true.
Yeah.
There's stairs going,
And we would really like to put a home by it.
there's stairs going down to the lake also.
Okay.
There?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
landscape. At the time of the assessment, the building was at 85% complete. You can see we're showing it as a pole shed, built in 2021, 54 feet long, 30 feet wide, electric and concrete on the inside for a base rate of $24 per square foot. Assuming that we can all agree that the building value is either very close to right or perfectly right.
In the end of September, the wood prices were right where they were supposed to be. So, yeah, it was
guess
very, very close.
the
We
only-
paid too much for a steel, but life goes on.
The only thing left in contention would be the land.
Oh, lots of contention there.
So, at the time of purchase, we had a value of $66,900, and it was purchased, we might have a little input wrong here, but I believe $62,500 for the very lot. Does that sound correct to you?
No, that's what we paid. Yep,
Okay.
July 20th of 2020.
So, at the time it sold, we were 5% too high. Maybe we're still 5% too high.
It's almost,
I'm looking for 40%, for 20, I'm looking for like 25% increase,
And
not
I'm-
150%.
almost tripled though, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm joking,
Thank
and I'm
you.
leaving it to the board. I'm not gonna.
I think
believe-
125, that'd be a 30% increase.
I believe the land value we've established many times today. I believe the building value here is correct. Unless there's questions for the board, I don't know if I have any, or from the board, I don't know if I have anything to add at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. You said that half the land's not buildable. What's-
Correct.
Was it
That
too
came
low or what?
from, I forget who, was there a Chris also in planning and zoning who came and
Good
flagged
chance
it?
there's one.
Yeah,
on
so
every
we
floor.
asked him to flag it, and then we asked the Upsala school bus or district if they'd come get our kids if we built right away. And yeah, half is unbuildable. I mean,
Is
it just,
too
it gets,
low or what?
oh, no, there's no room. It's too narrow.
it's too
It's
close
too
to the
narrow. Yeah, it's so, we're between a road, and then you can see how the lake shore kind of curves in.
Remember earlier, Gary, I said that they said that most of them are unbuildable.
Yeah,
because
well, I was just wondering why it was. Just
They
because
did put
it's
up
too
a pole
close.
shed there, right?
So
Almost
if you
by
look
that
where,
access there.
where my cursor is now.
That was the fat point on that side, and then it just gets narrower and narrower as it goes.
This
toward-
guy here was our second appeal today.
Right.
We could do this all the way around the lake shore. You know, we've been in the same zone for most of the evening.
But 206,000, I haven't even owned it for 2 years yet. We want to build, and this is just really disheartening. It really, really is. And I know people in this room had a 10% increase, and I'm like, okay, we spread out that budget, we spread out that tax rate. That person gets lower, has paid lower tax, and I have to pay so much more. I'm like, come on. Wish you would have just did 20% to every person in Todd County and call it a day. But that's not how you work.
Board, any further questions for Chris or Sherry?
Pretend Steve's here. He really wanted to be here. Great guy.
What did we do with that first lot, or second one?
Easy's,
Yeah.
Joey.
You went 20,000.
20,000?
And 50.
With all my heart, it should be 120,000 to, I mean, 40% increase would be 132,000. I just cannot believe we started laughing. We thought it was so insane. So,
Can you
anyway.
give me Geezy's starting number? At a land, I have $97,000 there.
I have a motion to reduce value on lot by 95,000.
By 95 or
No,
two?
295.
295. Yeah, but that's a smaller lot.
Right, much smaller.
That's a much smaller lot.
So, I'm sorry, what did we start with? Land only.
15.3, and the board moved to reduce it to 95,000.
That's correct.
It was a 17.6% reduction on the land at that time. So if we take that same number and we take 17.6 off of our current of 171,300, it would be a reduction of $30,200. Obviously not a motion, just providing the information for you.
Calculation.
Well, stay consistent, I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Motion from Kircher to reduce the land value, is that correct, to 171.3? Is that what your,
No, from
Minus 30,000
from
minus-
171,300
minus 30,
to 141,1,
141?
which is a reduction of 30,200.
Be consistent with what we did with the first one.
Okay.
Second one, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Carried.
Can I just ask, what is that? My increase was 150%. What is it now? I mean, it's nowhere in that range at that big meeting you guys had. Thank you.
well,
I
someone
don't mean
else-
to be not appreciative.
Well, someone else does the math. I do want to explain that not everything moves at exactly the same percentage. We don't.
So that was a misquote from the newspaper on what you said at the meeting?
Ironically, it might be a misprint by the newspaper. We value property at different rates according to what sales and costs and income might be. What I'd like to do, since we don't have anybody else sitting here right now,
You can call me tomorrow, but I just, it doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem right. But I do appreciate the reduction.
here is a sheet that the commissioners have received earlier this year. Well, here, residential and seasonal property, 1 year difference, you'll see 21% on that, on homestead,
Okay,
19.6 on non, 27 on commercial seasonal, or non-commercial seasonal recreational property.
okay.
So interestingly enough, even within one property type, there's subgroups that move at different rates. Now, if you look at these individually and say lake versus house with a basement versus house without a basement versus house with a deck, they all have different rates. Nobody's special, no one's average. And there might be one average parcel in the county, but within those parts, they move at different rates. Here is just our land. So tillable land, 19%, meadow, 10%, other productive land, 21, woods, 13, waste, 21. It's not a blanket. Very much emphasizing it's not a blanket.
That's unfortunate, because your taxes are going down and mine are going way up. If we're talking
Maybe
about-
mine aren't going down.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they are.
How do you know that?
Because of, your increase was 10% on your home. 10%.
Well.
I realize you didn't do it.
We're
and-
here, right?
And by the way, Zillow and Trulio said it's worth 246,500 on your personal home.
Let's look at it.
That's fine, I did.
Oh,
Would
that's
be
the one I
before
sold,
we
sorry.
talked. But whoever assessed yours, I want them to assess mine.
Hey, Patty already does.
Ah.
Current tax information, my house, current tax statement.
I have 201, 2, and next year 223.
$3,040 last year, $3,340 this year, an increase of $300 exactly.
Well, I don't know where you're.
More importantly, let's take one more look. Hey, please look at the screen. This one's fun. Last year, $204,000. This year, $201. Back to the bottom. Which year am I paying more taxes on?
Right, but I'm
Right.
only talking about the county tax. I don't know what your Staples
Okay.
city tax is, and that could be a real kicker.
County tax.
That's why I moved to a township. I'm
Mine,
moving out of a city.
I am paying the county $20 less this year.
And it should be less next year, depending on your budget in September, right?
My point isn't myself. My point is you can look at this one statement and see how many different things my check goes towards. So when we say my value went up, my value went down and my taxes went up. We can't say one equals the other.
But what is the current Todd County tax rate? Do you have it?
I haven't verified it, but I received an email today from Wadena that shows the Todd County tax rate is, and Denise, I don't know if you want to speak to this, it's 63.304.
Yeah, that's high.
It's high.
Well, I shouldn't say that. Benton County was 67 a few years ago. I guess it's, yeah.
Again,
So I've worked for two cities, one where
Yeah.
it was 32% and the other city was coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but their
Okay.
taxes went down.
Well, are you guys all in charge of that? Because I would really like to see it to keep coming down. I think people are hurting. I looked up the Todd County medium income. It's like 53,000. Take out taxes. What's left? People are hurting. People are hurting. It's not good. I still have two teenage boys to feed, and that grocery bill has been pretty rough. So I don't know. It's a
Thank you
crazy
for-
time we live in, but I appreciate everything you've said and that it came down a little bit.
Oh.
Thanks again for serving. I know it's not fun.
Thank you
Want
for,
your pictures back?
thank you
or-
for coming in.
Except go to another meeting and ask that the county deputies and get
They're uppers, right?
No, no,
Must have counted more money, tax dollars.
they're ready to be torn down. One was moved in, actually. One could, no, one isn't. I think the yellow one, not the blue one, is under 4 feet.
Well, thank you.
Yep, have a good evening. Thank you.
Nice meeting you, Chris, for the first time. This
Thanks,
time on the phone.
you too.
Patty as well.
Linda? I get a Linda eventually. It's my third try. All right, so item number 4.13. If you want to step up to a mic?
Really intimidating, right?
your field sheet might say Al on the front.
Yep, Alan, Gwen, yep.
And Gwen. So, aerial up top, Little Sauk Township.
Yep.
You can see Cedar Lake there. Two separate parcels.
Yep.
The main parcel is 9¼ acres. Land value is $53,000. Building value is $227,000. Picture of the house. It's a 1-story, no basement, built in 1988 with an attached garage, open porch, concrete driveway, patio, a few yard barns sitting around, and a 1988 pole-style garage, 40 by 30 feet. That is the sum of it. Going back to the aerial, you can see parcel number 2, which is 546, is just to the north of the main. I believe the floor is yours. Is there anything you'd like to talk about? Now's your time.
I guess, you know, with the property values, I mean, you know, it's one of these things where you don't pay attention to this until all of a sudden it's like, it's skyrocketed, and then it's like, it's gone up and gone up and gone up. And, you know, you're looking at the, you know, like I was talking to Amy on the phone, I'm like, you know, $275,000 house. I always think of a $275,000 house as, you know, a mansion. And my home is a 2-bedroom, you know, laundry room on the floor, and there's no basement. I'm not downplaying my house, I like it, I don't wanna move, but, you know, underneath, when it was built in '88, there were no regulations. So basically, it's, dirt on the bottom, and then it's built up on, a platform. And my husband knows more about it than I do, but he's always like saying, you know, how, you know, there's water damage getting around the foundation, and how it's gonna be a hassle to, you know, to even sell this house if we wanna sell it. If somebody came in, you know, he always says, somebody's probably gonna come in and just, you know, the house looks good because we try to maintain it by, you know, making sure it's stained and, you know, all those kinds of things, but as far as how the foundation was built. And then, you know, I'm looking at other homes that you, like you say, are comparable or assessed value, and it's like, I don't know. So that's why I'm here, because, you know, I see other homes being, you know, they're using them as comparable.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right, Charm. So are you experiencing damage, water damage, cracking, tilting, leaning, mold?
Cracking in the house, and, you know, we were gonna have somebody come out and take a look at the foundation and see once, you know, cause we keep on trying to build up the landscaping around it to keep the water away, so that, because it's built on wood, you know, so that, you know, weakens the structure in the inside, but, so I don't know.
When you say built on wood, is that a subgrade, like an e-wall,
You know,
cross footings?
When I look underneath it, it's got wood underneath, it's built up like I mean, it's like plumbers when they've had to come out and do work. I mean, they're like, this house should have never have been built, but that's what they did back in the day, you know? So.
Okay. So, yeah, April 29th, 2022, Amy made a $22,600 reduction for so it's basically built on stilts, like a pole shed.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
That's the way I
So
would say.
wood pillars, if you will.
Yeah, so it's,
So there was a reduction for that, which would be about 10%, I assume? And are we still at this value now? That's the other lot as well. Okay.
So what is the value at right now?
Both parcels combined is the number you see here, 290,100.
Okay,
Just because they're not combined on paper, we're treating them as combined. You know, the homestead rolls through. So that's where we have that. If we pull up a field card, I believe this is an updated one. It is. So if we look at only the house, the value on the house is 163.1. The garage is 18,900. And then porches, outbuildings, that type of thing. Do you have any other information about the inside of the house that could persuade?
I mean, I don't know what you're looking for or what you know.
Yep, so have you seen a field sheet before?
Huh?
Have you seen one of these before? A field sheet?
No.
Okay, and it's basically an itemized list of everything on, within your parcel boundaries. Do we have a physical one? Can you- So what you'll see there is, yeah, sketch, age, depreciation. Essentially, the sum of the parts makes the whole value. So if we're looking at, you know, in this case, if the garage wasn't there, it would reduce the value by a certain dollar amount.
Okay.
One of the things that may be difficult to assess is physical depreciation if the house is not acting as a normal house, which is why Amy did that 10% addition to what we normally would do.
And I was very grateful for that, and I just, you know, I should have been, you know, probably everybody is saying, you know, maybe we should be watching and knowing more about your taxes to begin with, and so that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Is because, you know, you don't know how to read these things, I mean, they're not, you know, and I think a lot of people don't even take the time, because we just assume that it's gonna be fair, so.
And that's our goal as well. There's, you know, I'm sure no one from our office has ever crawled underneath your house to look and see what it's built on top of. So, but now we have that noted on your field card, so the next person that goes out there is gonna immediately see that it's built on poles, wood poles, and a reduction has been made. So we're gonna know what happened and that the problem's been addressed, at least at a certain point in time.
Okay.
You know, if that item needs to be addressed further later, we can certainly do that.
Is there anything else I should know or be looking at or watching out for? Or?
The, between the blue sheet that we send in March and the proposed tax statements that you receive from the auditors in November, they're gonna tell you a lot about what you're gonna see in April
Okay.
for taxes. So you get
Now, are taxes going up because also, like, businesses are leaving our area? Is that part of it too, or?
I pause not because I don't know, but because it's so many parts to that problem. Were you in here earlier when I had my own tax statement up?
What was that?
Were you in here earlier when I had my own tax statement on the?
No.
Okay, so what I was trying to show was that although it's one check you're writing, when you write it, the auditor's office takes that money and redistributes it to the various, the townships, the schools, water districts, if they exist in your area, whoever. So for us to sit here and say taxes are going up because
Yeah.
it's just too general. The county's currently working on our own 23 budget right now, 2023 budget. Nothing's been set, nothing's been finalized. I can be brutally honest and say that my budget for our department is projected to go up 5%. That doesn't mean we're gonna get it. That doesn't mean it's a final number, but I think that's what it would take to keep us running next year. But I don't know what Little Sac Township's gonna do, or your school district, they're both big.
And basically, once taxes are set, they never go down.
No, that's not true, and that's another thing I was showing on mine, is one thing went up, one thing went down. The taxes, if we just look at one single unit of government, Gordon Township, I think a couple years ago, wanted to pave another road, and they increased theirs by about 50% for 2 years in a row, and then they dropped it right back down.
Right.
They went and got the money, and they got out. You could argue that's not a very politically safe way to get the money to do the road. But that being said, if I'm paying towards a road, I don't want the township to sit on my money for 10 years
Right.
and then pave it. I can sit on my money for 9 and then give you what you need.
Right.
But that's my perspective. We try to maintain a very consistent budget as far as possible. I've been to a few T&Ts, but I don't know, am I missing anything?
Nope, you're addressing it exactly. Your taxes will come in, we'll settle it out to every entity. Exactly that.
The,
Too many steps to the formula.
and one piece of the puzzle that you're not seeing is you're only paying a portion of the whole.
Okay.
If your percentage of ownership goes up, your taxes will go up as well. In this case, it looks like, I have more value, so I'm gonna pay more tax. Your value went up at a lesser rate than the majority of the county. So if the county collected the same amount of dollars next year, and Little Sac collected the same amount, and your school district collected the same amount, I'd almost guarantee you pay less. Because the county went up 20% on average. Your value did not go up 20%. It went up less than 20%. So your ownership in Todd County is a little bit smaller than it was last year. And we're talking $3.7 billion. So your ownership percentage it doesn't change that much.
It just looks kind of scary on paper. when you
Absolutely.
look at it when it comes.
Yep.
You're like, okay, how the hell you read this? Oh, that's scary. And you just kind of, what?
So there's a lot of information, and when you have a chance later to look at that sheet that Amy gave you,
Yep.
there's a lot of information just on there alone, and that's just from us. That doesn't even count what your elected officials are doing for budgets and stuff.
Okay. All right, that's fair enough. And, yeah. And then, like, the fall meeting is usually when?
Right around Thanksgiving, a little after, first week in December.
Probably the first week of December.
First week December.
Now, when coming to that meeting, though, you don't talk any market values or classifications. That'll just be county budget
Okay,
and finding where the dollars are being spent.
okay,
We can't talk about your market value, we can't talk about any of this equalizations.
okay.
Each one has distinct purposes, each meeting, and we're overstepping value meeting now to talk T&T, but we don't have a line. We have to be here for a while, so it fills in some gaps.
Okay. So basically, follow always on here, like mine was, Little Sock, and then it said something about 7 o'clock, like meeting, like spring. Mine was different.
Yep, so at that meeting, Little Sac Township is gonna talk about how much money they need to maintain township roads,
Okay.
culverts, weeds. I think that's almost all the money they spend on. Fire.
Same as your school district will hold a meeting, that be listed.
right. Is there anything else I should know, or, I mean, I decided to come
It's-
even though I kind of talked to Amy a little bit, just because I felt like, you know, I should be probably more involved, you know, and not be coming in at a blind eye and then not knowing, and then assuming or, you know, making assumptions when you don't have all the information, so.
Yeah, you received one heck of a little crash course right now. But if you have other questions, you know, you could let us know any assessment, Denise know any tax, and yeah, it's a lot of information. It's an intimidating room,
Yeah.
but you're surrounded.
Couple of you, so I don't have to feel so intimidated.
Anything further to add in regards to your evaluations as far as questions or anything?
Well, I don't know, you know, other than, you know, the foundation on the house and, you know,
And-
that, I don't, you know.
Sounds like they noted that and stuff in
Yeah.
there, so.
You know, we could get into why it changed, and that answer is going to be the same as basically all other changes we made this year. Was simply sales of property were much, much higher than
Oh, yeah, yeah.
other years. We understand you didn't maybe physically change anything about your property,
No,
but nothing changed about the gallon of gas I put in my car this morning.
no.
So it's that same theory. It's the same gas.
Yep.
It's the same house.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, if I could. Chris, I noticed that she has two parcels of land. One's a larger parcel, but on her house parcel, excuse me, she's also charged for small acres? Why?
Up to 10 acres of residential property is assessed as small acres. Anything above that is going to be actual land type.
Okay, so but it says 8.25 acres.
1 acre goes with the house.
And 1 acre's for the house.
It's a 9.25 acre parcel. that it
Okay,
sits in.
but it connects to her other land, correct?
Correct.
She has other acreage.
Yep, and even if
So
they
that's
were,
what I'm asking.
It's a separate parcel.
even
just
if they
because
were
it's-
combined, we would, oh, I've got so many windows open. Please bear with me for a second.
That's my question. What if it would be combined, would she then have to pay that?
Yep, so even if it was combined, we would have up to 10 acres of small acres, and the remaining would be something else.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever the land type may be.
Question.
Yep.
So the overflow.
I'm
would-
The
guessing.
overflow would be, yeah, okay.
You have one part at 9.25 acres and the other one at 5.6?
Yep, and looking by the parcel numbers, I'm thinking one is platted, and one is meets and bounds. So I can confirm the first one, the main house is meets and bounds. And you got the second?
Because I wasn't sure how, if it
Cedar
was
Ridge,
5
and the
acres
second
or
one's
eight.
in Cedar Ridge. So as a county, we don't combine meets and bounds descriptions with platted descriptions. So these parcels will basically forever be separate by number, but we will always treat them as one, provided the ownership's the same.
Okay, because
So
I know
we-
I was talking to Warren Miller when we were in the process of buying our neighbor's land, and, you know, and he said that as long as it was joining, he was explaining something to me when I had called.
Yep.
Or-
Pardon me. Your homestead doesn't care about the line.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to. So we're able to connect them, we call them linking the parcels,
Okay.
so that your homestead benefits jump across the line.
Okay,
If you think about a farmer that has 80 acres, they might have 40 number one and 40 number two.
yep,
They're driving the tractor across the corn. They don't know where that line is, and they frankly don't care.
right,
And in that regard, we don't either. We recognize that this much has this much value and this much has this much value, but your homestead benefits don't stop at the line. They keep going.
okay.
And yours are the same way as that farmer would be.
Chris, do you have a recommendation from the assessor?
I'm recommending no change at this time, but we can certainly look into it for the next year if you want to either provide maybe we do an interior inspection to look at some of the cracking that you talked about, or if you have some sort of either documentation or photos underneath the house that would show that the physical condition is worse than we currently think it is.
Okay.
But my recommendation for 22 would be no change, and then provided more information, we'll certainly look at it for 23.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Kenizel for no change at this point. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. Don't be intimidated next time. Really not that scary. It's not as scary as going to the
You might come
dentist.
in here and tell us what's going on next time.
I'm not in the dental field anymore. No.
Well, that's,
Now I'm taking care of pain management instead. Yeah, so.
What's wrong with that? Thank you for coming in.
Mr. Chair, I got it.
All right. Thank you. Yep, we'll pause for a few minutes. I think our next appointment is 7:30, isn't it?
Have a good day.
Yep.
Yeah, minus our 5 o'clocks that never showed up.
Huh?
Minus our 5 o'clocks that never showed up.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they're not coming now, but
I would assume,
we're
I would
looking
hope
at
you're correct.
Mr. Swartz and Truber next, right? If he, at 7:30, yes.
And when I talked to him to make the initial appointment, he was a little leery about moving up in the hour.
Oh,
So our initial meeting was scheduled for 6 o'clock, and then we moved it to 4 o'clock. He was one of the people that I called that said, hey, you want to move up in the line? And he goes, not really. So
okay.
he was concerned about work.
Yep. So he's a 7:35,
Yep.
then we have an 8:05 and an 8:20. Still live? I gotta just get up and move them.
You can go stretch, eat.
I'm glad we don't have the group that Chris talked about, the one county has 100. You're doing that, you're dozing off.
That's what I said.
So we did have one parcel that, it's Linda Palo, West Union Township. This appeal was supposed to be a combination of in-person and assessor recommendation. So we do have some things that we were gonna do anyway, or at least ask the board to do anyway. So we might as well tackle that since we're here. And she was supposed to be here at 5:15. So we'll just do what we wanted to do, and if she wanted to do what she wanted to do, she should have tried a little harder. You wanna go for it? You want me to go for it?
Chris, on these no-shows, do we have to make motions to do something on them?
I don't think we do. The ones except for, like the in writing and this one as an example, where we told her that we were gonna bring stuff. The other ones, we didn't tell them that we were gonna do anything for them. And that goes to say with most of the people that were here today, I have, for the most part, stood by the value we had. And without any information to the contrary, I don't even know if we need to read them into the minutes. We might simply,
I was asking, because
yeah, maybe we just read them in as saying did not show or something like that, but I don't know if I'd make any motions for them.
Our past practice has been no show, no motion.
Yep. No action. Read by electronic folder? All right, so you can see, I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller so you can see the whole thing. This is, it's an old schoolhouse. I don't know if you recognize it, Randy, right off the bat, but so we have, it's a residential homestead. We have a value on the land of $24,000, building before today at 102.6. What we're gonna ask for is a value of 100,800. And the reason for that change is this item you see in red. It's our additions. So we have a garage rate, and then we can modify it by using an addition factor. And in this case, we're saying that although the whole shed, we're using an unfinished rate, half of it was actually concreted out. So we thought. In reality, that's not the case. So we were adding $1,800 for concrete. What we're asking the board to do is remove that. So that would be our recommendation, is to reduce the value by $1,800 for lack of concrete in the shed.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Newman to reduce the value $1,800. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Kneisel. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
electricity in the house, is it? Do you have electricity in the house?
I think so. I think he's got running water.
Other than tear the electricity out of it by all. Cause he built this in 2010.
When it's still on, I should think.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if he had.
Of course, it doesn't say. Sewer, yeah, right here. Yeah, it's right back here.
The plan for no shows.
Gets to be long wait.
Yeah, they do. Farm homes.
Exactly, they do that sticker home,
Yeah.
as long as you have an appointment.
Yeah, well, this shed must be heated too.
Yeah.
That's where he makes his coffins. Damn, it cost me almost $15 on gas just to mow yard.
Isn't it crazy? Yep.
I'm thinking sheep.
I'm big time farming out there, like 8 acres right now, about darn near going broke.
That's like, Chris, what was that bid at the solid waste for mowing lawn? 2,000 something, wasn't it? That was really low.
With low. Got her foot in the door.
Yeah.
How'd your conversation go the other day? Craig? How'd that go? Kind of a response.
Went for a 3-hour tour. No, actually a couple-hour tour.
With it, walk through?
Yeah.
Walk through.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic what you got out there.
Yeah, it's,
See if it changes, huh? See if it changes.
yeah.
Find anybody clean the booths.
Yeah, I think my wife. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
But Barb said she'd do it when she gets back, so.
Perfect.
Yeah. Interesting. The state, whatever the hell he is, come in. Our area had more rain even in a drought.
That's something.
No, it's just that pocket.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, shoot.
Half the red shed is a showroom. Half of that red shed is a showroom for his caskets.
Ah,
Half that red shed is showroom.
he makes some nice caskets, I know that. I remember when they had, Home and Garden show at the expo.
I remember he was there.
It was raining.
Did you get
Yeah.
a new application for hub ownership, liquor license? Well, July 1st, somebody's taking over. Now, they're gonna lease it from what I understand, so have they did a liquor application? Yeah,
The 27 being
Who's
tore
that
up
Monday?
has made it really
Hub Supper.
interesting. And now they haven't started replacing the bridges yet. They do that, it's really bad.
yeah. I didn't know, that's what I'm told anyways.
Because they can drive on it now yet, huh?
So far, yeah.
All of Swanville is buying cars. Sparrow, but Sobieski, and Jen, what's her last name?
Well, lucky tonight, I remember turning
Brian
Chris on
Allen's
11
sister,
because
Jen.
Barb was shut down.
She's
That
leasing
was
the
the first
house.
thing my wife did, she called me, and she goes, how do
July
I know?"
1st, I heard.
I said, "Coke item." She would know.
You heard what? Well,
Well, I
could be either
called
way,
her.
but they have to change the liquor license, so.
Well, she must have went back
But
west
they
of
should have
14
applied by
to
now, I would
Tar
think.
Road.
Well,
Gravel.
gravel
Gravel
road,
road, and then
come
brought her
in on
back.
the edge of Barrville,
Yeah,
Kid 22.
yeah. So she was just like, what do I do? Oh,
I don't know,
Yeah.
can't find help.
I said, how the hell do I know that 71 was closed down?
Yeah, they had the signs up for a while. June 13th, they were shutting it down.
Yeah, yeah. June 13th, they shut her down.
And
But you know, I think that was the only construction that she
Yeah, you
did
can't find help.
at the Ely, pretty sure. 2 years
Well,
ago.
no, 371, they're doing some work, I don't know where that's at exactly.
Well, we went up to the
By
hub,
Brain.
2
Yeah.
weeks ago Friday
'Cause we
night,
go
and
up
Jen was there, and she said she was
back
taking
roads
over
like
July 1st,
Villager,
so, we had a good meal.
yeah,
Oh, there was quite a few people there.
get one, and then come out in Pine River,
that would be great to see.
and then shoot across to Emily and hit 6, and go straight up the 2.
Now, I don't know about Sparrow over there, I don't know what that's all about, but. Yep, Gary Luxter.
Well, the hay looks awesome compared to last year.
Well, that bar's been for
guys that
sale for a
cut-
long time.
Late last week, they're having trouble getting it up. It's so fucking humid though, too.
So far, they haven't gotten down to grandma working yet.
Might see it happen.
I know. Way gas prices will go, I might have to find a job.
It just gets really reflective for.
Keep raising taxes, I am gonna have to find another job.
You run a write-in campaign.
You're right in all you want, I don't care. No, I have to do that within 30 days, don't I?
You're past that too?
I think so. No, are we?
No, no, you're not.
Not yet.
There's still a chance.
I can't afford the $50.
We could round up, pass a hat.
I've had my fill. I was looking for a job when I found this one, I'll find another one.
Is this better? Am I blocking the sun now for you? No.
I just had to do a little digging. I was trying to be lazy and not dig.
But I answered that like 2 hours later from what you said. And I figured you probably already had.
And she was waiting down at the floral in Sauk Center. Because she needed the address. They had bought a tree in memory and had a year warranty to replace it, so, yeah. The hell is that?
You know, of all these people in Burnhamville, Chris, all these people in Burnhamville Township, only one has called me.
Only one?
Daly's the only one that called me.
I bet between our two phones, what do you think, 30 hours on the phone with Burnhamville alone?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's, and never,
I can shoot any number.
and
out there.
before, we've never had any hardly.
No. It's those two lakes. That was, I mean, most of our problems were those two lakes. No, I actually thought about having our values, the names, the parcel numbers, and then you can just that might not work, especially when you get like he has 3 parcels, but you only want to talk about 1, which is backwards to what we usually get.
Denise, where did that Molly go? What did she do? What? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. 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 I'm out of here, huh? Well, you haven't filled the part-time yet, have you? Too, so. No, like Chris says, my grandson can't find nobody to work at the bar, and if they do, they work one day and then they never show up the next day. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's. Well, they don't even call. They just don't. I'm not. So you call them and say, "Are you coming to work?" No, I don't feel like it. Yeah, like what the? Yeah. And advertising a $2,000 bonus? Nothing. Yeah. 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 Well, just part-time job, you know, just make a few.
Two.
He's got some good ladies that work part-time and they're steadies. He's got one full-time, she's a good worker, but now with this gal leaving, she was one of his full-timers, so, cause she's the one that bought the hub now, so. So she'll take, they're gonna have to be probably drag employees from each other off and on to see what, you know. People come in and they'll start bitching about the service. Well, if you ain't got any workers, you can't keep up, you know? It's just like, and now with the carnival coming up, that's when I really need help. You got Barbara Days next weekend. Oh. feel guilty if you don't help, you know.
I appreciate the sum.
Yeah. Well, gotta get some new blood in once in a while. Fire department, are they keeping guys on there, or? I know. Well, got all the training you gotta go through, and, you know, and these people don't wanna do that anymore, it's just. Yep. Then they want extra pay besides, and, cause aren't they still arguing about that death investigator thing? But I remember when I was there, you'd have an opening, God, you'd get 20 applicants, you know, 25, it was just nothing, but. Then sometimes you had a hard time figuring out which one you wanted, you know, cause you had good applicants. Troopers, they can't find state troopers. The last class was what, 10 graduated or something? Hell, usually it's 25, 30, you know. So, new court lady, what? Yeah? Oh, I didn't know that. Know that. Tammy Chapin still working? No, haven't either. I don't know. So Chris, have we called these people or no, or what? They're coming?
We have, except for our next one. When I talked to him 2 weeks ago, he was very insistent that he wanted 7:30. Correct. He was very insistent he wanted 7:30.
What day though? Did he say what day?
The only one that messed that up was Jeff Howe,
Yeah.
and he messed it up 2 or 3 times. He kept saying like 16. I'm like, what are you doing?
So you've called Bob Lanners?
Well, we're just
I
asking.
think Bob was bluffing.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, are we?
Well,
You want me to call Bob?
huh?
You want me to call him and tell him he's
I don't think he'll show up.
I think if my suggestion would be at 8:20, lock her out.
Yeah, please.
They've had a chance.
My recliner is begging me to come home.
Don't move back yet.
Just
Meeting my mic didn't work, so.
Watch it.
If I'd have known that, I'd have really said some things.
She seems non-committal. If you don't hear it over the speakers.
Sunday, 100, Monday, 101. Acres per acres. Yeah. 90 tomorrow. No, that's today, 90. Tomorrow, 79. It's way too early for that. Yeah. Yeah, they had some roads wash out, flooding, and must have just tons of rain, huh? What? What'd he say?
He said it's the rains, but it's also all the melting from the mountains.
Oh, really? What?
Did you get your solid waste survey?
You know, there was something from solid waste, but we didn't get our mail yesterday, never showed up, so.
Oh.
My wife was kinda upset. Yeah, I seen, we get a picture of our mail, do you get that?
No.
Yeah, she signed up for something, so it shows the mail we're getting,
Oh my gosh.
and so it was supposed to show up yesterday, so I would assume we get it today.
had, so yesterday I checked online just to see how many surveys were out there yet,
Yeah,
and there were the same 6 responses that I submitted as a test. For this meeting, there were 86 online,
that's good.
part of what's coming in the mail or.
Yeah. What about the broadband survey?
Advertising before.
Marketing them. Yeah, but you keep taking so long. Now I see, it was on, I think it was on our email, that the legislature, what, 90 million or 90 billion? Yeah,
Deadline of August 4th for those.
yeah.
But SciTech, they took advantage of that reconnect.
Well, Rick and, Jim Luneman had a meeting or phone conversation with Fishbach and her, or at least her aide, and they were gonna try and work on this ridiculous, or this, yeah. Well, so I don't know what,
That's really being,
well, the whole thing was asinine, really, so. Question, has Rick talked to you about this daycare stuff we're working on? Because we have a meeting next Monday with the community growth group to see if they would be the fiscal agent to maybe handle some of this. So, question, he's asked me if the county would be interested in participating. And I said, well, we could use some of our ARPA money, but the city doesn't want to do anything. And that pisses me off. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to have some ownership in it, I mean, as a community? Yeah, I know, but. Well, that's the way I took it, but. Well, there's no progressive thinking down there, it's just status quo, you know. Well, the packing plant is willing to throw in, and they always are, and, but now we're having trouble with Centricare because they, well, it's not gonna work in the Centricare building, it's just not going to, because it's just too much money, so. Rick briefed us at our Economic Development Board meeting the other night, and that's what he told us, so. Yeah, and we can't, there's no way. Yeah. And if the hospital would donate a lot, which they have, that would help. But now they have a new administrator, but that's being kept secret. Well, I asked Doug and he said, I can't tell you who it is. Well, I asked Doug and he said, I can't tell you. So I said, well, what's the big secret? Because Dan's been gone for what, a couple months already? Well, that's what we need. Because Dan wasn't. Now, did Lakewood get a new administrator? Because they are working on it and have been for a couple of years. Because Tim has given his notice. Because Jim Hofer is on the board and he kind of keeps me a little bit informed.
Yeah.
So I was under the impression that they were nearing or have hired somebody, but
It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
We gotta be getting close to the end of time, don't we? 8:35.
Ooh.
I think it's warm in here.
Oh, I just put my jacket on.
I've been sweating here.
This on my shit? Hold the fire.
Chris, you said the 30th of August?
Tutti frutti. Ooh, I'm good right now, thank you. Great month. 29th. Complete. 30th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mediation, negotiations. All right, changed. Want me to kind of call it back to order? I mean, have we been muted? Okay. All right. Do you want me to wait longer?
I don't see the need to wait any longer. People have been informed. They had appointments. We are past any scheduled appointment that we made.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right, then. We will look to adjourn the County Board of Appeal and Equalization meeting for June 14th, 2022. I will look for a motion for that.
So move.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you all for
Thank you,
being
sir.
here.
Thank you.
Oh, the skeeters are gonna come all around.
Yeah, you know, I've talked to some people doing like yard